We're back! And now it's for the Big Mom slander. It's gonna be pretty good slander. Or maybe very bad slander. What constitutes good slander, actually? But anyway, it's most likely gonna be misrepresentation and bias. So, pretty much just a bias. Let's hope it's not too bad with a Big Mom, though. Jeez, that Luffy Katakuri part got me quaking. I've been antsy for that Luffy Katakuri part. I could just feel the biasness and the misunderstanding from here. I can. Ugh, it smells rotten. Ugh. I can't wait. I can't wait.
The readers knew heading into this arc that Big Mom wasn't someone Luffy could defeat. This made the structure of Whole Cake a lot different from many other arcs. And for a long time, the Yonko were a far-off goal. So being placed into a position where we can finally get to see one for an entire arc no less was an exciting prospect. It's not the same like how it was in Marineford where the Yonko was our ally. And the first half of Whole Cake is a good showing for
What? I mean, just Whitebeard. So, I don't know why you put Yonkos as an ally when you just mean Whitebeard. Unless you also mean Shanks, in which case, sure, but he was pretty much there just to stop the war. The war specific from getting more bloody. So, hey, it's just an interesting piece of wording. I mean, I wouldn't say Yonko when talking about one person, and maybe Shanks. And also, build up is kind of a stretch, but yeah, sure, I'll give you that.
was our ally. And the first half of Whole Cake is a good showing for Big Mom. She's strong, insane, and competent. Her intel network gives her a neat leg up on everyone. Caesar gets cucked, she knows about Zeph, she knew the Straw Hats were around and set up traps for them. Big Mom comes off as invincible as she should. And we also get good characterization. We see how things unfolded with Lola, the whole Giants business, and the way she handles her children is pretty unique. All of that is followed up by a great flashback that's
Unique? Maybe. Also, aren't you gonna bring up Big Mom's childishness in her hunger pangs in this dissection? Maybe later.
says a lot about how Big Mom ended up the way she is. And it was a very refreshing thing to see. Oda's got something cooking here, we all thought, right?
Refreshing?
Yeah, we sure did. Unfortunately, this ends up being the beginning of the end for Big Mom's character. Big Mom in the first half of Whole Cake is as good as she'll be till the end of Wano and probably till the end of the story. Oda puts on a clinic in how not to write a villain. It still amazes me to this day that throughout the years of writing Big Mom and all of the meetings Oda had with his editors, that not a single person put up enough counterpoints to Oda for him to think, yeah, maybe this isn't a good idea. No matter what lens you look at things through, Oda does a bad job with Big Mom and in handling the primary issue when it comes to writing someone like Big Mom. And that issue is, how do you write an arc where the main villain is so strong that if she were to seriously be involved in the plot, your main characters would die? Oda already had a good idea in place by making this a rescue arc. The goal isn't to beat Big Mom, but to get away from her. So boom, there's no need to worry about the justification for the main character being the bad guy like how there is in Wano. All that leaves is the execution of the getaway. It's paramount in this getaway that when writing it, you don't destroy the respect and allure behind the main villain so as to make them look ridiculous. You could totally get away with this if it were like a comedic scene against a relative no-name person. But for a villain like Big Mom, who is the first Yonko to
OMG, I think we know where this is going to be heading, even though I said this earlier before the video started that he will go down this route. Because, what else do they have? Not sure if I should show up the Discord like this, but who cares? If his argument is she loses because of the cake. Oh no, I'm going more of like, she's should have killed them, even in her uh hungry. I forget what it's called. Freaking starvation form, whatever.
Shaw has come across and have to overcome, it's critical for the story and arc that she doesn't look like an idiot so the audience can stay invested in the drama. Not to mention that the tone of this entire chase sequence
An idiot. I mean, she's not a big serious character like Kaido. She's a freaking baby child. It's freaking. She's a freaking near 80-year-old baby child. What do you expect? She's got the intelligence and the manpower and the homies, but doesn't detract from her actual character. She goes by instinct in her hunger form. That too. We saw what she. We saw how animalistic. Yeah, animalistic. She is in her hunger form. So
in most of the arc is intended to be serious. The chase sequence with the Straw Hats isn't like Smiley and Punk Hazard. Oda had plans to
oh
do
yeah,
more.
Smiley and Punk Hazard. Because apparently, brash, cocky, loudmouth, mad scientist that experiments on children and torture his own. Not to mention, he falsely he hit on a local pirate ship. He planned. How do I word this? He set up a local pirate ship and their crew on the island. He intentionally knocked them out and then duped them into thinking that he was some sort of savior, even though he caused them to lose their limbs and such. So yeah, the children experimentation and then the brown beard pirates, yeah, all comedic stuff there. I don't. Well, he obviously doesn't like the funny character, so he's obviously coming in with a bias.
Sequence with the Straw Hats isn't like Smiley and Punk Hazard. Oda had plans to do more with Big Mom, which
Not to mention, most of the time, well, not most of the time, but uh, I meant specifically with the Land of the Dead. It's been relatively serious then, having a one shot like the Land of the Dead behind their backs at all times. So yeah, how do you know that, Dritz? How does he know what? Wait, how could you? Which part of the video are you commenting on, Meme Spice? Well, that's nice. Well, whatever. So yeah, freaking. He doesn't like Caesar Clown because he's a funny man, and for some reason that just makes the entire arc big funny, even though Caesar had the entire crew between his fingertips. I just don't understand how we can call it a funny arc when there was multiple instances of the crew pretty much being useless. Even Luffy and the big hitters.
The arc is intended to be serious. The chase sequence with the Straw Hats isn't like Smiley and Punk Hazard. Oda had plans to do more with Big Mom, which is what makes this so important to nail. Oda said screw all that and did the exact opposite. He reduces Big Mom to a mindless idiot who screams wedding cake every single time she's on screen,
Yeah, no
which
shit.
isn't a joke.
We're doing this again?
Oh, the music! No! You're not! No! No! Come on!
What do you expect him to bring up? He clearly sped Red because we already seen Big Mom do stuff like this before. Not to mention a reused joke. I mean, a running gag is a running gag, but considering how long this joke is, it has to be used pretty well for you to reuse it. Yes, I remember. Sloppy or lazy, whatever you want to call it. Uh, well, if he's being serious about Big Mom only saying wedding cake, then he's clearly lying. Not specifically this panel here, but in general, since when he became her like a starvation form, I forget what it's called. When she was scrawny like, she started saying complete sentences. Well, even when she was talking to Peril Sparrow, she was speaking complete sentences.
Ah, no way! No, come on, man, to play the music.
Well, here's one.
Oh, man! No way! Oh, man! Oh, man, with the music! No! 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 Ah! What a worthless
Why did he reuse the same shot? Whatever. I guess he ran out of efforts to find panels.
story.
Oda writes a 20 plus chapter Scooby-Doo chase sequence where one of the strongest pirates on the planet is constantly foiled by the weakest people in the Straw Hats plus Jinbei. There are several instances where Oda has chapters end off on cliffhangers where it seems like the Straw Hats are screwed and Big Mom's gonna get them this time, but then she ends up tripping on a metaphorical banana peel and the Straw Hats get away.
Then what's the point of having a cliffhanger? No, what's the point of having the cliffhanger? No, literally just the cliffhanger. Do you think they should just effortlessly get away or get one-shotted all the time? I don't... Dritz, please explain yourself. This is ridiculous.
Here are some examples. Big Mom misses the Straw Hats riding on a giant tree running in a straight line. She is about to hit them again, but then Zeus dips out to go suck on some balls, and Big Mom face plants into the ground. King Bomb somehow is able to ignore the orders of an enraged Big Mom because of his love for Lady Tree. Zeus and Prometheus get
Well, he didn't get a direct order. So that was the issue. Not the well. First off, he said Zeus part, then the King Bomb part. So I'm gonna go with the. Well, I guess you could say the establishment with Zeus liking thunderclouds is a. What's the word? Coincidental. Yeah, you could say it was a coincidental, but well, it leads up to stuff later, even if it's introduced now. So something, I guess. You got something there. And with the first point he brought up, it's the well, coincidences happen in One Piece. It's really how much and how many coincidences you can take that really makes or break some stories in One Piece. It's a kind of a person to person thing because it really happens a lot. Coincidences, like it's a good thing this happened, or wow, Luffy's so lucky here. The story itself even commented on how lucky Luffy is, so it's a hard say sometimes, but sure.
Ignore the orders of an enraged Big Mom because of his love for Lady Tree. Zeus and Prometheus get separated from Big Mom so Big Mom can't catch the Straw Hats. Then, when Big Mom manages to chase the Straw Hats, she's constantly far enough away from them where they aren't in any danger, but she's supposed to be some sort of looming threat. Over the course of the chase, Big Mom loses several tons of weight, which is odd, but it's kind of made up by her Super Saiyan combat.
What? Is it odd in a bad way, or I don't? Why did? Whatever. You don't explain yourself, Dritz.
Combination with Prometheus. She looks very intimidating, and this seems like a very powerful form. When Super Saiyan Big Mom catches up to the ship and lands on it, Jinbei's all like, "Prepare to abandon the ship." And you're like, "Oh no, no, what's gonna happen?" And then Jinbei proceeds to vagabond drill Big Mom's fat ass off the ship. Then Brooke speed blitzes Big Mom, a Yonko who toyed with him the
He's
night.
not a speed blitz, you goober. Not to mention his three-piece humming aeronaut slash is well fast. Not also to mention she was hitting Zeus. Also to mention this is Big Mom not paying attention to anything else except the wedding cake, so she's obviously have her defenses down.
Ship. Then Brooke speed blitzes Big Mom, a Yonko who toyed with him the night prior, cutting Zeus in half so that the Strats could capture him right in front of her. Once again, nerfing Big Mom's mobility so she can't do anything, and it stays that way until she switches targets and goes after Capone's ship. The story and Oda do not respect Big Mom.
You do not understand the limitations of Big Mom. I don't know. Wait, I do not know why he doesn't get it, but it's unsurprising that he went here because apparently he doesn't get that this is Big Mom's character. Not to mention this is possibly the only way the Straw Hats are able to get away from Big Mom. Her being such a simple-minded threat, a simple and direct threat. And I'm still on Dritz for not commenting on Big Mom's character, her childish nature. Childish nature. Freaking going mama mama after every little comments. Her younger children. And her freaking what's it called again? Her affection to food. Who needs character when you are hyped as being big strong? Yeah, who needs character? Dritz, I don't. He. When he was reading the story, when he was reading in quotation marks, the story. And, well, when he got to the part where Big Mom used her soul fruits on, I forget his name, but on her son, did when Jin and then when Jinbei got the, oh, I forgot the food, but when Jinbei came in to incapacitate Big Mom, how did he not correlate those two scenes? Because it's kind of just like a setup and payoff there, with a Big Mom in her enraged hunger form, and Jinbei incapacitating Big Mom with food. Because apparently those two scenes don't exist. Not like they have relevance later on in the story. Stuff like this makes me question if he actually read the story, which is very likely that he didn't. But I'm just confused how he's dragging on Big Mom like this.
A lot of what we are looking at here has to be placed into the context of the situation and whether or not it works, much like writing in general. Oda spent the first half of this arc hyping Big Mom up as an unstoppable, crazy bitch, and by doing so, he effectively wrote himself into a corner. Big Mom is so strong,
Yeah,
like we've gone over, that if she were sane, the story would be over because everyone would be dead. So Oda nerfed her and made it seem like that was even worse than her being sane, even though it's not. But even as an idiot, we the audience know that Big Mom should still be a force to be reckoned with. Oda's continual usage of cliffhangers to then fake out airball the audience absolutely destroys any tension he wanted
So
to.
you just wanted Big Mom to kill them in those instances? He obviously doesn't get that she's on a single-minded rampage, so any nuanced thoughts is pretty much out of the window. So apparently, anytime the Straw Hats get confronted with Big Mom, they should just be insta dead. Is that what you want, Dritz? Because, uh, well, I don't really know what you want here, Dritz. Besides, they didn't. Apart from Jinbei, that one time, none of them actually directly attacked Big Mom. Apart from Luffy, who got one shotted. So you should obviously tell that even in this form, were gonna have a rough time actually hurting Big Mom. So really, there's a lot of stuff in the story that I don't know how he doesn't get this.
Create with the chase sequence. How things happen is very important. It doesn't matter that Big Mom was nerfed. It's not good what happens to her and with her. And no, no one wants the Straws to die or anything like that so Big Mom can look good. If you need to make your villains look like Big Mom did here over an extended period of time, you're doing something wrong with your writing. If you want.
So it's doomed if you do, doomed if you don't? Because an established weakness, therefore it's bad? Because like I said before, this is an established weakness in the arc at the beginning with Big Mom's introduction, calling for her Krakenbush and almost killing one of her son. Well, almost killing. It turned out that he was actually okay. So attempt to kill one of her sons and needing the food that she requested delivered to her to stop her rampage. And apparently, her having a weakness established in this arc and going forward with it is a bad thing. Dritz, do you even care what you're saying right now? He didn't even bring up the pre-established the establishment of the weakness. So he obviously doesn't care about the scene or didn't think anything at all about the scene in correlation to the rampage in the last half of the arc.
Want people to take Big Mom seriously, and that's important to say. Clowning Big Mom once isn't a deal. One Piece is a silly manga. We all understand that. But to do it constantly is an issue. Oda did a lot better
It's
in
not silly. She has the ability to kill them in one hit. She's just unable to direct that focus too good. I don't. No one is being undermined. Big Mom is at a weak state, and all she can do is stay on the offensive, looking for the cake. Do you understand? It is a silly manga. I don't think he understands that it's a silly manga. I think he understands that it's a manga that is silly. It has silly moments. It has funny in it. So it's a manga that is silly, not that it's a a silly manga. He ignores the silly points until they come up for some reason. God, he really doesn't like. No, I don't want to say he doesn't like the comedy in One Piece. I don't think he likes the comedy at all. Like funny stuff. Like he wants to segregate comedy and seriousness for some reason. Because he keeps complaining. Because he keeps complaining about stuff like this, and especially with Caesar, considering he completely hates. Wow, I don't know. Well, he just hates Caesar because he's a funny antagonist, and apparently, antagonists that are funny or charismatic like Caesar Clown should be side villains. Even though a character like Foxy, which is pretty funny and a comedic type of antagonist, almost disbanded the crew by getting getting Big Mom, getting Robin and Chopper. So I don't even know what his deal is with comedic characters like this. He has such a simple-minded association with comedy. A few times he actually calls on funny scenes. I can remember one instance in. No, wait, that's different. I'm pretty sure he's commenting. Did he? Did he say anything about the comedy in One Piece? No, I'm specifically like this scene was funny. Like, did he ever specifically said something like this scene was funny? Because I'm pretty sure he at least said it once. You don't remember? Well, I call that an issue. Manga as well, in his word, a silly manga like One Piece, and Dritz doesn't bring up anything comedic. Like, so very rarely ever brings up anything comedic in One Piece, and yet he calls it a silly manga. Think about this. He rarely, if ever, brings up anything funny in this manga while also calling it a silly manga. Is this isn't this some sort of sign how much he actually cares about One Piece? Well, how much he actually cares about One Piece. For whatever reason, he did care about One Piece, but apparently it gone too far and became bad. Even though I would say the comedy in One Piece kind of takes a some of the comedy in One Piece kind of takes a back seat for the plots in the post time skip. Kind of. It's not a lot of character
You said
moments. Oh, hello.
you said in uh, uh, he said in part one that, if I recall right, he doesn't care if the scene is funny. Uh, it needs to have a purpose in the story. Yeah, that's what he said.
What?
Yeah, when he, I think it's when he covered Punk Hazard, he said that everything need to have a purpose. Yeah.
Right. Cause you know what? He's not wrong, and I do agree with him here. He clearly doesn't see the purpose of comedy in this show or this manga. Or maybe the purpose of comedy at
It's been
all.
fun.
Yeah, it's supposed to be funny. Because apparently he doesn't like funny, I guess. Oh, yeah, he said
Maybe,
there is.
maybe that's why he hates post time skip. In post time skip, he realized that it's a gag manga and not his edgy uh, fight.
I mean, what does he think about Long Ring Long Rand? Long Ring Long Land and like with Blackbeard's introduction. I remember him saying something like Blackbeard's introduction was good. Maybe I'm misremembering. And maybe
Well,
what do you think about?
it serves a purpose.
Yeah, what? Everything serves a purpose. Everything serves a purpose. You have to be the one to say that it doesn't serve its purpose or it served its purpose bad. Because it pretty much everything has a purpose. Maybe, hopefully. So it's you gotta say what the issue is. This is well, this is a little bit. This is this is something. I guess this is an indicator on uh how he.
Yeah, Ming Spy said that he said that about Sanji that about his gags that every gag needs to have a purpose in the story. That's why he doesn't like Sanji pervert gags.
This is somewhat of an indication of how he views One Piece because, well, all I can say is he he liked One Piece for the wrong reasons? Question mark. Because you don't just say it's a silly manga and not bring up any part of the comedy while also saying you liked it. So, well, that's all I got. He liked it for the wrong reasons. Actually, I'll say this. He liked it, but not all of. He didn't like all of One Piece. He never liked all of One Piece. He liked about, I don't know.
Uh,
He liked about 60% of One Piece.
Less, I could even say. Like
40% of One Piece.
there are One Piece fans that doesn't like builds up, doesn't like all the character stuff. They like conclusions fights. That's it.
I don't. I don't. I don't. How do I word this? I don't want to say he was liking it wrong, but he's getting. I mean, it's not like I'm not wrong because apparently he calls it a silly manga and yet doesn't bring up anything comedic about it.
Yeah, but look, from part one, uh, everything that he praised in part one was about like in Punk Hazard. He said like, these are silly, like this comedy bad, and then praised Lowenberg stuff, which was like the only serious thing in this. Like, like really serious.
And what he said about Chopper in Chopper's dream section.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah,
he,
the Chopper is an awful character.
so he's clearly biased towards the serious in quotations and cool characters. So uh maybe I could say the earlier parts of One Piece, or the earlier parts, or maybe when he got into One Piece, his biasness didn't wasn't so big. He wasn't too biased against comedy or
Yeah,
something.
I think so.
This is why I wanted this. This is why I wanted this uh, interview with Dritz, so I can understand what the hell's wrong with him. I mean, what he thinks about One Piece.
East Blue Saga had a lot of silly stuff in it. Uh, whole Syrup Village arc is silly, except Kuro. Like when Sanji fought that two cat guys in Syrup Village, and they like slide it on this on that hill. It's fucking silly as hell. Like I don't know what Driss was reading. Jocko with his hypnosis.
Jocko's hypnosis. Yeah, what do you think about Jocko? Because as far as I can tell, Dritz might say something like, "Yeah, he's a alright character. He does what the story wants him to do, and that's it." He will say something like that instead of Jocko having freaking Michael Jackson inspired motif with a little bit of Egyptian with the freaking the the thing around his chin, and why, and questioning why Oda made that his heart eye glasses, his his heart shades are the actual same shape as his actual eyes sockets, and maybe his
You know what?
relationship with Django. I mean, a full body. So
You know what I want to know? What his relationship with Straw Hats characters like Usopp, Frankie, Brooks? Uh, how he feels about them?
wow.
Um,
He posted. It's kind of, well, it was years ago. He posted a tweet. It's one of those. It's a kind of like a gimmick. Uh, uh, in the tweets, it's in reference to a post where you have a cup, you fill up said cup, and how full the cup is how much you like the character. And for for well, I don't remember much about it, but for some of the characters, they have the cup like halfway, and for Frankie and Brooke, they don't have cup. They don't have cups at all. I think for Sanji, he had like half a cup. So I guessing that's telling.
he said that Sanji is the worst character, no, the worst written character in fiction.
Yeah, that's also a thing he said. I can go find the clip, but maybe. We got time. I'll find it.
Maybe he likes serious stuff with Usopp, um, like in Enies Lobby, as he said. Like other silly stuff, not so much.
I'm calling this man biased as all hell.
Well, I'm thinking he will trash Queen a lot in Wano. In
I don't think he's
Wano
gonna say anything
review.
about Queen.
I hope he'll do.
Well, I hope he's gonna say something. Yeah, here it is. Oh, never mind. I was incorrect. Uh, with Sanji, his cup was empty, but with Frankie, he has such he had an almost empty cup, but with Brook, half the cup is erased. So I'm guessing he hates Brook more, probably because of the
What do you
Panties
mean?
gag.
Half, it's half full?
No, it's
Like,
half an actual cup.
ah,
I'm glad that was an easy find. Oh wow, really?
Zoro fan mindset.
Kind of kind of pathetic that he added Vivi and Karu to this mix, but whatever. If
How
he
much Karu has cup filled?
it's filled up. It's a filled cup.
Oh.
I don't know. With this man, I don't know if this is a joke or he really does like Karu, but whatever. He added Vivi and Karu to this, even though the freaking could be other characters he could add if two characters not
Well,
actually part of the Straw Hats are in there.
well, they were kind of like for a short time, I guess. But like, I see a lot of sources that does this as well, where they
Kind
count.
of schmind of. If Luffy said they're a part of the crew, then they're a part of the crew. Anything else is not relevant.
Why there is no chest guy in this list?
Yeah, why isn't
Huh?
Gaimon? Yeah, why isn't Gaimon in this list? He was literally asked to be part of the crew, like Vivi and Karu.
Also, yeah, also the zombie horse and tree. Huh? Yeah, from Thurl Bark when Luffy asks them to join.
Where's the tree with a face? Where's the freaking undead unicorn zombie thing?
Uh, is a Jinbei cup?
Yeah,
Because
there's a Jinbei
I
cup.
think I think he likes Jinbei. By by watching this video, like he always like, oh, Jinbei part was good. Like Jinbei,
He didn't really
he doesn't
say.
swear.
He doesn't have a Jinbei section in this video, so nah.
Yeah, but he doesn't like criticize him like he criticizes Carrot, Parrot, Pedro, and other characters. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Because Jinbei did little, apart from saving the Straw Hats.
and him like um, life or take. I forgot what Big Mom said to him.
The wheel thing.
Yeah,
The wheel thing, his resignation, saving the Straw Hats 3 times, and the last part of the arc where he stayed behind to fend off Big Mom's forces with his old crew, the Old Sun Pirates. Also, he saved the ship from the tidal wave Big Mom made. And he freed Nami and Luffy from Mondor's book, Devil Fruit Power. I'm not saying it's not a lot, but he did some stuff, I guess. Whatever. Point being, Big Mom, funny character. She's just competent. So is Caesar, and I don't know how he's putting the same standards. Oh wait, he is putting the same standards here for Caesar to Big Mom, but I don't think Dred sees her comedy, quote unquote. But I'm using comedy as character, as I'm using comedy as a synonym for character, since they're relatively funny characters. It's just Caesar's more expressive, rather than Big Mom's will kill you in an instant type of threat.
But to do it constantly is an issue. Oda did a lot better in a similar scenario with Marineford. Remember how Luffy's mind broke after Ace's death? Akainu spends the entire time that Luffy was being taken to Law's boat chasing him down, and Akainu was just trucking over everyone that came in his way. Even the writing behind that is a little iffy, but the sequence still works 100 times better than Big Mom because Akainu is still a threat that ends up rewarding the audience when he punches a literal hole through Jinbei's chest and gives Luffy his new iconic scar. Those
So
Akainu is the same person.
not only,
He's not.
first off, this is very different since other characters were saving the Straw Hats rather than the Straw Hats themselves saving themselves. Secondly, I'll call this bullshit because these two should be dead. So apparently here, them not being dead is not an issue. But he thinks Sparrow's death was bullshit. Uh this is Dritz,
Pedro's this. No, not Perosperos.
this is Dritz's bias showing up here. Because pre-time skip good, I guess. This is not even comparable. No. This is somewhat comparable. I'll give him this. This is a Straw Hats being protected and running away from Akainu. That's pretty much all the similarities I got. Also, what issue does he have with Akainu and the fight? Well, whatever.
a literal hole through Jinbei's chest and gives Luffy his new iconic scar. Those are consequences. That's something to look forward to when it comes to the accomplishments of Akainu as a
It's
character.
not much of a consequence if it does literally nothing. They're freaking walking about, having a gay old time. Well, Jinbei is. Luffy is having a crisis, but specifically for the damage, they're still alive, even though getting blasted through the chest should kill them. Well, I guess it should kill them, but it doesn't really, since Whitebeard was still alive, having 2 holes in him. So take what you will from that. Big Mom's consequences is her chasing them to Wano. I guess. I'm not really, no. It's not really. Big Mom just wanted to get the Straw Hats for embarrassing her because they made a mockery to the Big Mom pirates. And with Akainu, he was just doing his job, upholding his justice, if you will, and taking care of Straw Hats, son of, brother of Ace. I forgot his name. Brother of Ace.
Abo?
I'm just saying he went after Luffy like this because brother of Ace and Whitebeard took affection to him. He's
Marco?
just clearly
Oh.
he's taking out the big boys, if you will.
I
Dragon
don't
Sun
understand
too.
what you mean by Ace's brother.
Well,
Like,
Ace is a big character. The arc was this
ah,
arc was
sorry.
his execution, and Ace's brother tried to save Ace and
Yeah.
failed.
Well, it's Ace's fault that Luffy was in danger. Because it doesn't matter, like, we were trashing Priest.
He was trying to save his his father's honor because he was trash talking Ace, leading him on to a fight, and then Luffy tries to get Ace to run away. Luffy gets exhausted because the energy hormones ran out, unable to move.
I'm
Akainu
imagining,
went for
uh,
Luffy.
I- I'm imagining one thing. If Marineford was in post time skip, not a pre-time skip, would Drist trash it for like we had like 100 chapters of Luffy trying to save Ace and he still died. What a trash arc. I think Drist would do like that because of his bias.
Probably. I can't even say no. It's a good probability that he might say that. Like if something like this comes after uh an arc like Punk Hazard, he would probably say something like that. I'm not certain, but I can't say it's unlikely. And apparently has issues with power scaling in Marineford. Sure, I'll give him that. There's some issues, but it's pretty much only with the hockey. Hockey kind of makes things a little iffy with Logia's, considering it wasn't too well explained. Oh, and Marco with his Phoenix fruit. But apart from that,
Also, Mihawk power scaling was weird. But you can say that Mihawk was kinda not trying, not caring enough.
he definitely he definitely wasn't trying, considering he just wanted to see his he himself said he just wanted to see his strength between him and Whitebeard, and so I'm guessing he either got what he wanted and just letting this thing ride, or he just decided to back down because Whitebeard might be a little too much for him. Maybe who can say the actual strength of the world's strongest swordsman?
Crocodile was surprisingly strong in Marineford. Like he fought Mihawk, Dolphy, even like caught off guard Akainu. But if he knew Haki, he would kill Akainu. I would say maybe. If Akainu didn't, no, maybe Akainu had observation Haki. I don't know.
They have all admirals have observation and armaments.
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I
but it
just
was
say
not
it's
introduced to that.
I just say Logias are busted. Either that or Oda didn't really do it well with the power scaling with Crocodile, because it's been a long stretch of time since Alabasta, since the next uh, Emperor of the Sea was introduced as a main antagonist. So the stretch of time between was it Crocodile to Moria is concerning, considering Luffy was able to beat Crocodile in a fist to fist fights when he figured out his weakness. Something I would like to say Crocodile's just very useful with his devil fruits and has like influences underground influences. Maybe I don't know. It's an issue with Crocodile. He got beaten up so early on in the story, and the next Emperor of the Sea was Moria. You could say it's just not. You could say it's just because it's not that big of a power scaling issue, but considering he's going up against the strongest man and tussling with other Logias and such, he's either confident or he has some skill that is there but wasn't properly expressed, or it's just a power scaling issue with Luffy against Crocodile. Luffy to Crocodile to Marineford is what I meant.
I heard theories, yes, about that Crocodile was weaker in Alabasta because he needed to control like desert heat. So like there will be no water in no rains in Alabasta because rain appeared right after Crocodile was defeated.
Huh. Can he do that? Desert heat? How would
No,
that
that's
work?
what happened. That's what happened in Alabasta.
Yeah, I
I,
understand the rain,
One Piece physics.
but still, desert heat.
I don't remember what was it exactly, but I remember exactly that it was Crocodile who uh, who take part that Alabasta had no rains in a long time. Bastard, I agree, but it was
It could just be convenient that rain showed up, because I just thought it was just the ill effects of dance powder. Though we also have to say, how long does water need to evaporate to become clouds for it to rain? And how long does it take for dance powder to take effect? His so well, whatever. All right, enough speculation. Back to the video.
Character. Everything Oda does with Big Mom in Whole Cake post Chateau collapse devalues her standing in the world. Jinbei alone deserves praise, but the Straw Hats, as a group, didn't live because they pushed themselves to the limit against impossible odds. They survived because of plot armor. Look at this panel of Chopper standing on top of the Sunny and Monster Point with his arms open trying to absorb fire, and tell me that the intellect of the Straw Hats and their resourcefulness was really tested. And this is where things really break down. This wasn't meant to go this way. It's obvious that Oda wanted to try and throw a few bones the Straw Hats away, but the reality is, the Straw Hats aren't overcoming anything in a fulfilling way. This horrible chase sequence makes other, weaker aspects to Big Mom's writing stand as more concrete flaws, and the audience, and this shouldn't happen, get frustrated with how the Straw Hats are able to finagle their way out of disaster after disaster after disaster. It's not cool. And one big example of how other aspects of Big Mom's writing stand out that really reveals how Oda couldn't properly set up the plot lines of this arc is the justification for all of this drama to begin with. The only reason anything in the arc truly goes downhill is because Big Mom wants to assassinate the Vinsmokes. But here's the thing. There's no in-story reason for this plan. Why would you assassinate a group of genius scientists when you don't know how their science works? The Big Mom Pirates don't have any scientists capable of doing anything like this, which is why she also had Caesar working for her on the side.
So let Caesar deal with the technology? You just
Wait, Judge doesn't have other scientists that work
he's saying Big
under
Mom
him.
doesn't have scientists capable to control Germa's technology, which is
Yeah,
kind of baseless, but sure. And
yeah,
then
but
he
like,
brings up that Caesar brings up that brings up that she doesn't have the scientists for Germa's technology, so that's why she enlisted Caesar. So from what he said, then why not let Caesar deal with Germa's technology?
and what I was saying that just Judge has scientists that work with him. Kill Judge, take the scientists. They know what to do. Um,
Maybe
oh,
since the troops under Judge and even his children were feels fiercely loyal to them. Uh, would they fall under Big Mom, or would they just make an attempt to avenge the
uh, I think I don't know about scientists like soldiers yet, but Queen uh, was working with Judge. Queen was like loyal to him.
No,
Also,
they were in equal standing. They were working together, not working. He wasn't working under Judge. They were working together.
like this stuff is not clear. Like, are scientists like same as soldiers? Also, I don't know. Big Mom has scientists, but like Caesar wanted money. Like, he wouldn't just give them. How to word this correctly? Uh, Caesar made it look like only Caesar could do like
The gigantic,
what he asked.
the
Uh,
gigantification
uh,
thing.
gigantifications. Like uh, he doesn't rule like his tech or whatever. Uh, German techs is invented. They are there. If a scientist kill him, that's it. Caesar want money, and he has. And also, yeah, Caesar gigantism is not finished. Well, was not finished at the time. He was like working on it. We don't know if like Big Mom would kill him after that. After
Well,
he like gave him money.
Caesar said himself that it was impossible. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, but at that time he said like, "Oh yeah, yeah, I will do it. Like, give me time." Judge's staff is finished. Uh, I hope I explained it clearly.
Uh, well, Caesar lied. He finished it, but the Straw Hats destroyed it, so it's all gone. Ah,
Yeah, but before Big Mom like he asked money from Big Mom to make like this kid no like to make gigantic syrup like to make people giants. It was not finished.
that's
We don't know if Big
that's
Mom
because he
was
used the money for like hookers and cruise ships and shits. He didn't actually really use the money
yeah.
for the gigantification.
It's like it's not the same stuff. Like judges like army and technocrats this loyal army are finished. And and there are Big Mom scientists could just like take this tech and produce it again. Also, not only like soldiers, like other stuff. Caesar promised what is not done yet. That what was not. That was what not the same. Also, Caesar accepted cooperation. Judge maybe will not. I don't
Well,
know.
Judge, and Big Mom had the wedding to unite as a unite, so they can work off of each other.
Yeah, but exactly work at each other. She will not get full like army uh,
Yeah, she just
for
wants it all.
herself.
She wants it all for herself.
Yeah, Caesar after if he like did what she asked him, he would just give it her. Like that's what it's like totally different situations. It's dumb to compare them.
Oh, how does Dritz feel about Caesar being one of the biggest characters in the New World? Considering he has connections with Doflamingo, Big Mom, and Kaido? He's more or less the Buggy of the New Worlds. More or less. I say that because, well, Buggy being a, well, spoilers. Even though,
Yonko, Yonko,
yeah, yeah,
Yonko.
Yonko.
Um, fuck, forgot what I wanted to say. Um,
Something
no,
about
forgot.
Caesar?
Yes, but I forgot. Fuck.
Oh,
And speaking of Caesar, Caesar was going to die because he couldn't complete the gigantification. But killing Caesar makes a bit more sense because he couldn't provide Big Mom with what she wanted. The Vinsmokes could. Killing super scientist Judge and his super soldier kids, who could be of use as a military force in an alliance, is stupid. The only reason.
well, Like we said, she just wants it all. She's pretty greedy like that. Kind of like a child. Something that
Also, Big
some
Mom.
part of
Also,
Big Mom's character that he didn't bring up.
yeah, also Big Mom didn't know that Caesar could not finish. That he lied to her. She thought that everything okay, but Straw had destroyed tech. Well, we
The
have a
reason why
lab for you.
the reason why they wanted to kill Caesar is because he betrayed them, betrayed the Big Mom in the assassination attempts. Was working with Beji, so we kind of got that one wrong.
Yeah, I remembered what I wanted to say. I wanted to ask Drist, like, well, like he doesn't like Caesar, but what he thinks about gangster Gastino.
You
That's
you probably think he's a chill dude. Okay, you'll probably think that they did the Sniper King gag again. That's probably what he think. That's probably what he'll say.
cool, calm guy. Like he served the purpose in a story. Great character.
He served his purpose, and he had a funny gag in reference to Sniper King. That might be what he says.
Parallels.
Paralleled to another parallel to Annie's Lobby, which proves that there was a correlation between freaking Dritz. Dritz, please. Why did you Dritz, please? Please. I'm on my knees here. Are you being biased? Are you trying to find ways to not like this manga, or are you this analytical with all your whatever? Judge ain't a scientist, is he? Well, he was a part of Mads, I think it was called. Why did I do it like that? He was a part of Mads, and I'm guessing. Not much is known of Mads except it consists of a team of expert scientists intent on studying and developing weapons for unknown purposes. One of their most notable accomplishments includes the discovery of Lineage Factor, also known as the Blueprints of Life. So yeah, I'm guessing Judge was the head scientist guy.
So exactly. Kill Judge, take his scientist. Over. Drist, shut the fuck up.
For friggin' um, I don't know, get Caesar to work on the technology. So like I said before, having 1/4 of Mads in your back pockets, more or less. Whatever.
Who could be of use as a military force in an alliance, is stupid. The only reason Big Mom has a plan to kill the Vinsmokes is to cause the drama of the arc and to give it a plot to move forward. It's baffling because Oda didn't really have to do much to justify everything.
Didn't you say she was insane? So she would do something. Oh, whatever.
I don't know if you can call her insane, but like she's very, childish, very, like, has mental issues. That's for sure.
A plan to kill the Vinsmokes is to cause the drama of the arc and to give it a plot to move forward. It's baffling because Oda didn't really have to do much to justify everything. He just chose not to include any logical writing. All Oda had to do was include a very basic motivation for Big Mom to kill the Vinsmokes, and we'd all be good. If Big Mom regularly betrayed people and killed them in this manner, then that'd also be fine. But that doesn't seem to be the case.
In Fishman Island, she wanted the sea salt taffy that her factory was making in the island. When she heard that there was none of it there, she was about to raise hell and destroy the island. Luffy decided to make a compromise and give the treasure, but Big Mom was not willing to play that way. She wanted that candy. She's pretty stubborn like that, and she's also kind of simple like that. Because if she says she wants something, then she definitely wants said thing. Like if she said she wants the technology, then she wants the technology, and she doesn't want the Germa, the Vine Smokes, to interfere with any of her um, doings. So oh Jesus, what's this? What's so bad? You know what? I'm not even gonna say what's so bad with Chopper. Uh, Mascot character. That's about it. I mean, I guess him not doing anything is bad. I guess he doesn't do anything, therefore bad. I guess. Whatever.
For Big Mom to kill the Vinsmokes, and we'd all be good. If Big Mom regularly betrayed people and killed them in this manner, then that'd also be fine. But that doesn't seem to be the case. She marries her daughters off to all sorts of people to create alliances. That's like the entire point of her family. The Sun Pirates marry into the family, and Big Mom honors her alliance with them. She brings in Capone and marries a daughter off to a mobster known for dirty work. Even in the lore of the Tea Party stuff with people attending it, it's never brought up as a murder every time. You only get murdered if you choose to ignore the invitation. It just doesn't make any sense to betray the Vinsmokes here out of all people. Even if you wanted to betray people, why the Vinsmokes specifically?
She just wants the technology. What do you mean, why the Vingsmoke specifically? She just wants their technology. Just the technology. And none of the hang-ups.
Like she does this alliances because it's comfortable. Like I don't know, comfortable to her.
The
Like
numbers for her world where everyone can look at the same heights. She gets impregnated by long necks, long arms, snake necks, long arms, long legged people, and she births out half breeds, and somehow taught land citizens, the freaking fairies. I don't know. I'm not certain how that works with Big Mom, but take what you will from that. And makes half breeds
and
to make a unified world.
ah,
She's
oh,
following
okay.
up on Caramel's Mother Caramel's dream, and Dritz apparently doesn't understand that. Oh, for Beji, it's pretty much just for the numbers and uh uh worst generate for a worse generation to work under her. That's pretty much it.
Also, it's never stated that like she respects that marriage. Like she she was willing to kill everyone if he stays in her way.
Yeah, Big Mom just wants the children from these guys, and that's about it. I don't know how. Oh, I say this a lot, but I don't know how Dritz didn't
Uh,
know this.
Lola, Lola and Chiffon's father, like other fathers, like she used them and dropped them in the trash.
Pound had them jeans, and she wanted to get in them jeans. That's about it. That's their relationship. She doesn't really care about Pound.
Damn, she's hot. He-
They filled their purposes. Big Mom nasty like that. And apparently he doesn't know that, Dritz. Apparently Dritz doesn't know that for some reason. Even though that's like half of her dream right there. Uh, Making children to her in her utopia and getting the giants and getting the
I, th-
giants.
I think what else Driss doesn't understand is that whole Big Mom character is like she's a hypocrite. She, her backstory, that she always does. She like her
She
mother, a caramel said like, well, you wanted to do something good, so you're not responsible for the death of that bear and wolf. I don't remember.
yeah with the
Uh,
yeah she wanted them to stop fighting but accidentally kill them and Big Mom
and
Caramel
said
decided
that it was.
with some big animals like okay. The point is it was animals fighting. Big Mom accidentally killed them, and Caramel saying that it wasn't her fault. So she wasn't properly disciplined. Is what you're trying to say? She was stuck having this child mentality because she was too big and too naive to understand, and no one really taught her any better. Freaking here with her character. She has freaking weirdo. She said she keeps a scrapbook of weirdo creatures in this prison library, and she was just freaking flexing her stuff against the Germa. Freaking, and he didn't bring this up. Freaking living scrapbooking or freaking this guy. He doesn't get Big Mom. No, he doesn't get all of Big Mom.
Like, out of all of the groups in the world, they're probably one of the worst that you would want to betray if you want something from them, because their skills aren't easily replicated. It's not like basic strength. Oda, if his back was really
Caesar Clown with Mads. When this was being made, that revelation was introduced in Wano. So well he, uh, well, considering how much stuff he brings from Wano, he should have known about that fact. So yeah,
really against the wall, could have even thrown in an extremely petty reason for Big Mom wanting to kill them. And it would have worked because Big Mom is a psychopath. But he doesn't even do that. There is only so much praise you can give Big Mom in the arc before you have to take a peek at the results. And the results show that Big Mom is a full-time clown. There's a reason why Big Mom goes by the name of Big Meme in the community. This is the Yonko saga. These are the characters Oda originally intended to be the main obstacles of the story. And
originally, uh, please back that up because
Yeah, it's a common knowledge, no, like common info I hear a lot that Oda didn't thought to create warlords at first. That uh,
yeah, he didn't.
uh,
Yeah, the
it should,
warlords kind of came up. He brought up the seven warlords and he said something like, "Well, now I gotta find a way to make Luffy fight all seven of them." I believe, to paraphrase.
I don't know what Oda meant. Like, I don't know if he meant like Yonko would be like the first enemies of Prophet, or
Yeah. Even in
like.
even if
Say,
he's just talking about post time skip, is kind of iffy, considering they could just Well, they could just have like some. They could just make like the Yonko. They could just make like one of the Yonkos like the Straw Hat ally. Like they could have just done that. Like with a, uh, well, I wouldn't say with Mihawk, but with like Boa, something like a Boa situation for the Straw Hats. They're not in
Maybe
it.
Oda planned. Maybe Oda planned more Yonkos. Not only
In the
four,
name
but like
Yonko has four in Japanese. So it would be pretty weird having more than four emperors of the sea, while they're being called the four emperors of the sea.
well, I'm very uneducated in Japanese language. I guess I'm not a weep after all.
Well, I mean, they were called the emperors of the sea in the English dub.
In Russian dub, the Yonkos as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, all right then.
And Oda does a very bad job of starting things off on the right foot, and it's only going to get worse from here.
What worse does Big Mom get in Wano? Like, she kind of does the same thing here. No, she didn't do the same thing here. She's actually uh, not in her hungry form, starvation form. She's in control of what she was doing uh, up until she got amnesia, which he's going to have issues with amnesia. Uh, I'll wait till he says. I'll wait for what he has to say about the amnesia points, but he's obviously gonna bring up the amnesia points and how bad that is, and he's gonna say something about Big Mom losing Zeus. So Big Mom losing Zeus and the amnesia plot. That's all I see him commenting on. Really, everything else is weird. Everything else I can think about him having issue is
Hmm.
just a story. Like he's getting petty with a Big Mom and such.
Why didn't have with her?
Could you say that again?
No. Go on.
Okay. He just this is kind of lazy because he couldn't fit Katakuri here. Just fit Katakuri. Don't abbreviate his name like that, please. Thank you.
Luffy versus Katakuri is the last major topic of this video. There are only two things in the last 6 years of One Piece that
Well, I would say Jinbei uh, staying behind and saving those Straw Hats is maybe not as major, but I would say it's an important thing to bring up. So, whatever.
I can point to and see a noticeable rift created from it within the community. One is the conclusion of Wano, and the other is Luffy versus Katakuri. And there are various reasons why that's the case. To illustrate them, we're going to go through this fight chronologically and see how it played out. The beginning of Luffy vs. Cat is pretty good. It comes off of the back of one of the few times that Luffy takes charge as captain of his crew. He drags Cat into the mirror world and then smacks the mirror to lock himself in there with him. Boom, baby. Things are already getting pretty serious. Cat's intro into the story hyped him up to a high degree. The second man with a billion-berry bounty. The dude who could see into the future. The buddy Capone said was the most dangerous at the Tea Party. We had just seen Luffy struggle against Cracker, so there's a question in the back of your mind wondering, is he ready for Katakuri? The fight begins and Luffy starts getting overwhelmed immediately. He uses Hot Gatling, but Katakuri's Gatling is better. Luffy tries the Jet Stomp, but Cat is faster. Luffy uses Gear Second to try and get away, but Cat is faster still. Luffy uses Elephant Gun, but nope, try again. Nothing Luffy does works. And by having Katakuri run a train on Luffy, it does a good job of hyping him up even more and making him more likable.
No, not really likable. People would like people. I can see people hating on Katakuri, dissing my man Luffy like that, because he himself said, "Whatever you can do, I can do better." Well, no, well, to paraphrase, what you can do, I can do better. He purposely imitated Luffy's moves just to flex on him. So he even so I don't. I was hoping he was gonna bring up that point because, well, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'm not above in saying cool things are cool, but yeah, he didn't bring up the imitation parts, which I have to say is an important part of Katakuri's character. But let's see what else he has to say.
Oda then does something he's never done before. He makes Luffy lie to his crew. Luffy covers his own mouth to stop his cries from pain from being heard by Nami and the others through the mirror shard so they wouldn't worry, and he tells them that he's doing great. I was a really big fan of this idea. It adds tension to the fight that hasn't been present in all of the time skip. You'd have to harken back to Crocodile and Lucci to get that type of feeling that's being
Big
conveyed
claim.
here.
What?
I said big claim, like that Postansky had no tension.
Freaking no shit is a big claim. This man hates One Piece for such dumb reasons.
But I don't remember, did he discuss that in previous parts? That it has no tension?
He primarily
Like-
says it removes tension or this doesn't have any tension because it does something that Dritz doesn't like. Like with
Yeah, like,
Land of the Dead, he didn't find it. Well, he didn't find any tension there because it was filled with a lot of running, and since apparently running is a bad thing now. Apparently, actually giving tension to the thing by not wanting to get touched by it is a bad thing. So, and with
he didn't like
and with Horty, there was no tension there since he said that the Straw Hats were stronger than the Straw Hats were stronger. Well, Luffy was stronger than Horty Jones. Horty Jones.
that giant ship that was going to land in Fishman Island.
I don't remember
That
what he
wasn't-
said about the Noah.
Yeah. I don't remember either. But something dumb, that's I'm sure.
Yeah, he didn't like. Well, he didn't like Caesar, so fuck Caesar. Apparently, he was too funny of a man to be serious. Apparently, even though he freaking had the Straw Hats by their genitalia for like 3 times.
He defeated. He almost 2 times defeated Luffy. Like first he survived just because of Magellan in Impel Down, and second, like, well, he knocked down Luffy. Caesar.
Yeah, but Magellan isn't as funny as Caesar, so.
What? Wait, he doesn't. I wanted to bring up Weppel from Drum Island, but I remember that Drist didn't like Chopper. So like I guess he hates Drama Island arc in general.
He seemed to be alright with Chopper, but he seemed to be alright with Chopper, but he doesn't like that Chopper became more cutesy and more of a mascot character.
He was always cutesy. I like his design in pre-time skip, but he always was a mascot.
Well, he became a mascot character in post time skip. Then
Bullshit.
his words, not mine. Even though I
I
I
know.
don't really know what he meant by mascot characters, considering Chopper came in like chapter 200. So it's kind of iffy introducing a mascot character in chapter 200. So whatever.
Damn, I hate this new update for Discord. I don't know where's everything.
It had an update.
Well, yeah, whole interface changed.
Is it that drastic of an update? I don't really.
Whole interface changed.
Really? I don't see any difference.
I guess you didn't get it yet. Maybe you need to update Discord.
Well, no, whatever then. Let's see here. Yeah.
I just wanted to check my volume. Like, am I too loud or not?
Oh, you're perfectly fine.
Oh, found it. Ah, no, it's not it. Huh?
And the fight doesn't continue for long before Luffy is already priming himself for Gear 4th, Luffy's trump card. And the only reason it's being forced out so soon is because he can't do anything. But Katakuri even stops Luffy from entering Gear 4th, saying that he refuses to underestimate him. Which sounds sick, since underestimating is basically what every villain does in every story, all the time. But then Kat proceeds to underestimate Luffy directly after saying this. He drops some mochi on Luffy and walks away without confirming his victory because of his crack-like addiction to donuts. So, well, so much for that, I guess, can't expect that much. Luffy ends up eating his way out of the mochi and crashes the Merienda, where we see Kat lying on his back.
That's kind of an interesting point, since even though he said himself he wasn't going to underestimate him, he didn't see Luffy die, which is kind of kind of a bad thing. You should really kill your prey there and then. But on Katakuri's character, like he said, he has a crack addict level to his donuts. So it has a lot of moving parts. Plus, how would Katakuri know that Luffy would eat his way through the Muchi? It has a lot of parts here. Also, why would he need to add that little fruit on top of the Muchi if he wasn't being a little bit coy, a little bit demeaning, something? I don't know. Maybe just being a little bit playful, something or other. It's not. It's not that bad, Dritz. At least I don't think it's that bad.
So, well, so much for that, I guess, can't expect that much. Luffy ends up eating his way out of the mochi and crashes the Merienda, where we see Kat lying on his back, eating his precious donuts, and his mouth is revealed to be of sharp teeth. This pisses Kat off. With his concentration unbalanced, Luffy is able to land the first blow, and this makes him arrogant. Luffy goes into Gear 4 and starts going ham while talking shit, and Oda gives us some great choreography. It's very similar to when Gear 4 was displayed against Dofi, but the way that Katakuri is being flung around is a lot more entertaining. But Luffy's time in the sun is very short. Things turn to normal pretty soon.
Uh, Arrogant? I mean, he saw a weakness and he went full force on it, so I wouldn't call this arrogance rather than him, at best, being desperate. Desperate from the opening. From the opening Katakuri. From Katakuri. Whatever.
After Cat regains his composure, Gear 4 is immediately outmatched and put on the defensive. Even though Gear 4 lasts around 30 minutes, its usage in the fight is over pretty quickly. Oda off-screens most of it, which is unfortunate. Personally, I would have liked to have seen some new stuff from Luffy in Gear 4, kind of like what we saw against Cracker with Kong Organ, whatever the hell that move was supposed to be. But, oh well. Conveniently, Brule was just around.
So, he wants more stuff introduced, like Kong Organ. He's confused why Luffy did that because it didn't do anything? Question mark. So why did you bring up an example that you don't even like or understand why Luffy did it and that happened? Why did he say that?
Gear 4, kind of like what we saw against Cracker with Kong Organ, whatever the hell that move was supposed to be.
Didn't Luffy used the same move against Dolphy?
Yes.
So I guess Dries didn't read too good.
But, oh well. Conveniently,
Even though, also in the name Organ, it's play on words of organ and gun. So it's like an organ being played, but instead of notes, it's shooting out firearms. If that's what Tritz is being confused about, the purpose of Oregon.
Brule was just around the corner and not inside the mirrors like she had been before, so that Luffy can kidnap her and run away. Brule is really good at getting caught so that she can help the protagonists. It's happened numerous times already. After finding a resting spot, Luffy starts talking to himself and remembers Rayleigh saying that hockey.
Just twice, not a lot. Just not a lot, just twice. So I don't know if twice is a lot, but I wouldn't say two is a lot. You know, whatever.
In a 70 chapters arc, it's not a lot at all.
Finding a resting spot, Luffy starts talking to himself and remembers Rayleigh saying that hockey blooms in extreme situations. And then he resolves to finish the fight against Cat. There probably should have been a scene inserted here of Luffy fully acknowledging his arrogance and overestimation of his own abilities, which would fully.
What do you mean? All right. Because he doesn't know how to read the story. What the hell am I talking about? Why am I confused about Dritz being unable to understand what was being laid down in the story? He saw an opening unusual to the entire fight. He went full force because he knows he had no chance at actually defeating him. And then Katakuri regained his confidence. Regained himself. And Luffy was back on the defensive. It was a kind of a gamble, but if you see a weakness, you have to go for it. I don't know why. Great. This is another point where Dritz brought up because he did not read the story or misunderstood the story, like with Viola and Doflamingo. He mis well, there is not really misunderstanding the story. He looked into too much context into something so vague. he either doesn't understand or he reads into too much context. This is his weakness. Well, not his weakness, since I can point out more weaknesses he has with his analytics, his analyzing style, but whatever.
I guess
This point here is gonna be the crutch of some detail in the fights, which I'm gonna have to go back and say again that that's not what happened. So I'm just annoyed that I have to do this.
Connect to his statements in Dressrosa about never running away again, which Luffy does here against Cat. He runs away. After being destroyed by Katakuri, being humbled a little bit and feeling like maybe you are ahead of yourself seems like a pretty realistic thing to insert here, but it's not. After taking his break, Luffy then walks back into the mirror world and the fight breaks away for a few chapters. And I'm bringing that up because it's actually relevant. Sanji finishes making the cake around 6 p.m., which is roughly around the same time that Luffy is running away from Big Mom after he hides from Katakuri. By the time that we get back to the fight, it's 9:30 p.m. Depending on how long Luffy was resting, at least 2.5 hours have passed of him just getting his ass kicked in the mirror world, which is a very long time. But wait, there's more. There are some new annoying characters around that are watching the fight. Flampe is introduced. It probably would have been better if Flampe was introduced at the tea party running around trying to chase Katakuri for attention, so that when she shows up here in the mirror world it doesn't feel like she comes out of nowhere. But I wouldn't be surprised if Flampe as a character didn't exist until the week that Oda wrote this chapter. She was probably something Oda thought up of on the spot when he was brainstorming on how he was going to spin this fight in a different direction. Which is alright, but there's a big issue here. Not necessarily with Flampe, but with her dumbass goons. Alright, so
What's wrong with
let's
her?
imagine that me and you are scrapping, bruv. We're pretty into it. But then at some point in time while we're fighting, some dudes show up and start throwing rocks at you while you're fighting me. You'd probably assume that I'd notice, right? Well, if you're Katakuri, the answer's no. Flampe's goons are shooting arrow after arrow at Luffy with their crossbow snipers, and Luffy is dodging them as he's fighting. But somehow, Katakuri doesn't notice the entire time. Part of the intent of Flampe third-partying
Jeez.
because he's focusing on Luffy, like obvious. He's focused at fight.
Well, with his future sight observation hockey, wouldn't he be able to see the arrows as well as Luffy?
Okay, okay, we accept that. What he wants from Katakuri to do, drop his guard and wait, who is shooting arrows? And turn his back on Luffy and trying to search?
Yes. Katakuri would try to hold, to at least immobilize Luffy, so that the fight doesn't. Well, so that people don't. Well, around this time, Katakuri is getting interested with Luffy. Well, because of the "don't interrupt the man's fight" thing. You know what happens. So I'm certain that Katakuri would, or I'm certain Katakuri would try to find out what's the arrows came from, and try to inform Luffy about this. Maybe, but if it's any time earlier in the fight, I would say he wouldn't. But maybe around here, he would try to tell Luffy that there's a third party in the fight. Maybe he doesn't notice when he gets hit on Luffy. He does notice when he gets a hit on Luffy. Whatever. But Dritz is saying, why doesn't Katakuri notice the bolts flying at Luffy? That's what he wants to know. Why doesn't Why hasn't Katakuri noticed? Even though if Katakuri noticed, then why wouldn't Luffy notice?
Luffy noticed, but what he will do? Luffy noticed that Arrow, like
Luffy and
he's still
Katakuri
fighting.
didn't notice. There were the Katakuri fan club was there. Both of them didn't know they were there. So uh, all I got is that they were not paying attention to them. They were just paying attention to the fight. I'm guessing if Drit says why, no, not why. I don't know. There's not really any examples of Katakuri being unable to see stuff like this. So I don't really have any argument here.
My explanation is that he just didn't want to, how to say it, show back to Luffy. Like,
But someone
ah,
is tr-
that he like he was focused on Luffy.
his attention was only on Luffy, you mean?
Yeah.
But with Katakuri's future sight, shouldn't he be able to see the arrows coming as well?
Uh, well, future sight. But wait, future sight or observation hockey?
Yes.
Because future sight is still like him. He need to be focused on something. And observation hockey, like, I don't know. I don't think it's much of an issue because like you can interpret what happened easily. Like, but I think him focusing on Luffy is like the best, is logical explanation.
Also, the arrows are coming from Luffy, the person he's. Yeah, it's coming from to Luffy. So I don't know how Katakuri wouldn't notice the arrows since they're the closest to Luffy. They're closing in on Luffy. So the only way I can spin this is that Katakuri was very focused on Luffy. Never mind the future sights, because his even the future sights was being prioritized to be solely on Luffy.
As he's fighting. But somehow, Katakuri doesn't notice the entire time. Part of the intent of Flampe third-partying Luffy versus Katakuri is that their interference leads to an unjust injury for Luffy, and that's what officially turns the tide of the fight. That's kind of important. Oda should not have included these fodder guys shooting crossbows. It's so beyond the realm of believability that the observation god, Katakuri, doesn't notice what's going on. Flampe, I can give a pass because when she hits Luffy, it's the first time she's done it. But these fodder guys are just shooting for an extended period of time, accomplishing nothing. Oda, as an author, is probably among the worst in the entire business when it comes to having really bad fodder characters. I think that Oda should probably win a prize for how bad his fodder characters are. And normally when
Jesus Christ. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know if I would say the exact opposite, but I never had an issue with the fodder. I never had an issue with the fodder characters, and well, his work is ass. So Oda's is as ass at his work. So that's what he's trying to say. I get it's not exactly personal. You're just saying that Oda's writing is ass. Let's see. I never thought about fodder characters being bad or good, since, well, I never thought of them as bad or good. So, yeah, but maybe I'm just, well, I guess I'm a little attached to fodder characters, considering how unique their designs are, and that's about it. So apart from Oda stretching his creative legs on the character designing the fodder, uh, nothing really, nothing really big or bad, nothing good or bad I have to say about uh, background characters like these. That's about it.
That Oda should probably win a prize for how bad his fodder characters are. And normally, when it comes to fodder characters, you can ignore them. But this type of stuff just takes you out of the moment. It's dumb.
Kind of defeats the point of having them if you can just ignore them. No, not kind of. It pretty much ignored. It pretty much. It's pretty much. I forgot what I was about to say. Yeah, it's pretty much. Isn't the point of having a character introduced is for them to be important in some way? So if you can just ignore them, then what would be the point of having them, Dritz? The wording here is not too good.
You can ignore them. But this type of stuff just takes you out of the moment. It's dumb. Flampe should have been alone. Back to the fight though. Katakuri notices that Luffy is slowly unlocking Future Sight.
Well, they're also they're also characters for Flampe with her attention-seeking personality and her affection to Katakuri. They serve more purposes. They serve more purposes than just shooting at Straw Hat. But whatever, he just doesn't realize that.
And he starts talking about how he needs to end the fight or else something bad could happen, which is him losing. Then we have the quote-unquote turning point. Luffy is hit by Flampe's Silent Needle, which makes him stumble and unable to avoid Katakuri's thrust. And unlike every other time,
Pause.
this time it
What?
Pause. I just watched like all this Katakuri Flambe situation. So what was said is that Katakuri started to be like excited about the fight with Luffy, uh, and Flambe like blowed this like stun needle, which like made Luffy trip. Which only after that Katakuri discovered that something was wrong. Uh, so yeah, they both was very focused only on this battle. Uh,
Yes.
how observation how observation hockey is works in general. Like, hmm, you need to be like you always focused about everything around you, or like you can like you still like can like get all your attention at one thing. Agree? Huh?
Well, it's just the thing is. said that Katakuri should have noticed the arrows. And so I'm trying to say, oh, what we're saying is they were focused, him and Luffy was focused on the fights. So the thing is, I'm presuming that he means that he, I'm presuming that Dritz thinks that Katakuri's future sight should be able to see the arrows. I'm making a presumption here on why Katakuri, why he has an issue with Katakuri not noticing the arrows. Even though I'm pretty sure Luffy should also know about the arrows, considering they're whizzing past him. So if there's a,
Well,
so if the argument of them being focused on the fights is shaky or not good enough, then that's all I have. Because I'm not very confident with that point I made. We make.
also, like, what I brought up is that Katakuri was, like, starting to get excited in a fight with, like, he, like, started, like, to see Luffy as a threat. So, I can see how he lost his attention to something around. Oh, I don't know, I can see criticism about this, but I think it's an acceptable reason.
I'm also on the point of him saying that Katakuri should notice, even though Luffy should also notice, considering he's both getting shot at and has observation hockey.
Um, Written hockey is still like is still you need to focus it. It's not like a default stat thing that uh, that are just activated at all the time.
But in the middle of the fight, Luffy was trying to practice his observation hockey as well. So
And and what it says, you need to clear your mind and emotions. Like clear your mind was for sure. So he had it like he shouldn't get distracted for his observation hockey to work.
well, then now we're just trying to figure out how observation works now. Figure out how observation works now.
You for sure need to clear your mind. That's a main role. And that was what Luffy tried to do in that fight. Despite all that is going on from Katakuri, he still needs like to I don't know. Mind shit. Ugh.
Unable to avoid Katakuri's thrust. And unlike every other time, this time it connects and literally takes off part of Luffy's chest and abdomen. This completely changed the tone of the fight, which had been stagnating prior to this injury. After being brutally
So when did it change? Because you said it was more serious when you said something about getting it being more intense or serious since Luffy lied to his crew, but it changed. I'm just saying he should have said something about the fight being different somewhere before he brought it up here. It should still be relatively intense since Katakuri is trying to be more on the offensive while Luffy was trying to master observation hockey. So you put the two and two together, shouldn't the buildup of hype be stronger and see which will overcome which? Not to mention the Flampe and the Katakuri fan club introduction and them trying to get a hit on Luffy. Or was it just stagnant because none of them were actually getting any serious damage and forget every other beat of the story? Or something. Whatever.
Injured, Katakuri angrily puts on a clinic and gets a ton of free damage in on Luffy. We can see that Kat is frustrated that he was able to hit Luffy, and then he has a complete 180 in temperament. He hears Flampe's bum ass laughing in the corner and finally puts things together. He walks over to her, and that's when we get the whole self-injury and yelling at her thing. Kat walks back to Luffy, apologizes, and acknowledges him as an equal. The fight continues for a few more hours after this.
Also, that he didn't need to do this because this is a pirates fight. Why didn't he bring that up? It's kind of the entire point. I guess you get. I'm guessing he thinks he got what he got what he wanted with that sentence alone. But Luffy bringing up that this is a pirate fight, he didn't need to do that, would showed that Luffy would have been okay with this injury. In fact, he would well he would just be okay with the fact that someone interrupted them in the fights, and that he didn't need to uh, be this fair in a pirates fight.
And yelling at her thing. Kat walks back to Luffy, apologizes, and acknowledges him as an equal. The fight continues for a few more hours after this. Luffy continues to fight Katakuri in base without being taken down, and then Katakuri allows Luffy to go into Snake Man. The design of which is pretty cool. There wasn't any attempt here to make this goofy like with Bound Man or Gear 5. It's all designed to be raw, which
What's wrong with being big like in Bound Man? He's pretty round, but well, it's a little goofy, but it's still pretty cool. I don't. Also, what's wrong
What's
with it?
goofy?
Also, what's wrong with it with being? What's wrong with it being goofy, Dritz?
I don't understand what's goofy about Bounceman.
Because he's a round man. He's it's goofy because he's round.
Sumo wrestlers are goofy?
Apparently. Damn.
Well, then Blackbeard is a trash character. He's round.
He's not. He's not supposed to be too serious since he's a pretty round character.
Does Bruce hates Blackbeard? Because he's
He's a rotund type of fella. Yeah.
serious and round, goofy design.
What the hell? Whatever. Ah.
You know, Drist really need to make part 5 where he discuss what he likes about One Piece, because like we like put so many questions about, did he like this? Did he like this? Did he like this?
This is why I want to interview this man. I want to interview this man on his freaking timeline on One Piece because he called this a silly manga, and yet he doesn't bring up anything about the comedy, which is very weird. No,
I don't think
it's very worrying. It's troublesome even.
I don't think you can interview him after your Twitter debate.
I'll try contacting him. I'll I'll try again contacting him sometime. I'm guessing Dritz doesn't like rounder, fatter characters, I guess. Because apparently that makes him goofy.
He like well, I don't know if he likes Jinbei, but it seems like he likes it.
which is a rarity in One Piece when it comes to Luffy and most characters in general.
Oh, now you're just straight lying, you freaking biased, dumb shack of shit. Also, it's a little funny. What's the issue with it? You call this a funny manga, a silly manga? Is it a bad thing or what?
To make this goofy like with Boundman or Gear 5. It's all designed to be raw, which is a rarity in One Piece when it comes to Luffy and most characters in general. Out of every form Luffy's ever used, I think this is the coolest design. While in Snake Man, Luffy's attack speed is very fast. We don't really know anything about Snake Man other than this though. Oda ends up doing, in my opinion, a very bad job of showing Snake Man's movements outside of Luffy's arms, which, when it comes to the arms, Oda does do a good job of showing. It's hard to tell as a reader if Snake Man can run, fly, or move fast similar to Boundman. Oda doesn't touch on it during the fight, it's not something Katakuri comments on, and it's not brought up as a weakness of the form.
He just needs his arms. I don't. He just needs his primary firing. His primary. Well, he pretty much just fights with his arms, and one time with his feet. Maybe. Maybe I say maybe, but the point being, he usually just uses his stretchy arms to hit him from far away. That's his fighting goal. So, in a sense, all of his speed is contained into his arms. So I don't know what he's trying to imply here. That it's supposed to be a faster version.
But Leo, what is his head speed?
Maybe he's trying to say something like they showed this better in the anime. Maybe he's going there.
I think Katakuri commented about the speed, that he couldn't with his future side, could
Having a hard
it's
time
hard for
catching up. Yeah. He's just trying to find something bad about this form, I guess, considering the primary usage. The thing that Luffy does the most in this form is using his super stretchy arms to hit him from a range distance.
Zoro uses his sword to defeat enemies.
Let's see how strong he can punch. He can punch with his two bare fists.
When Saji will punch someone, hey, order, covered, and throat.
Let's see what Nami's combat strength is with her baton when she's primarily used her climb attack to manipulate the weather. Freaking, just trying to find a bad thing about this form. He's trying. And oh boy, is he trying.
It's not something Katakuri comments on, and it's not brought up as a weakness of the form. So it gives the impression that Snake Man is essentially just an immobile punching turret. When Luffy jumps into Snake Man, similar to Boundman, Katakuri is surprised, but he figures out the form after only a few encounters and proceeds to fuck Luffy up while consistently defending himself. Makes you wonder, once again, Why Cat didn't just end the fight sooner if he was always capable of this level of combat prior to becoming a Luffy fanboy. Oda then draws probably one of the
He just really wants to see Luffy at his best. He wants to see how far this fight can go. He was enjoying the fight, which he apparently doesn't know, and wanted to see how far they can take it. Which, of course, Dritz doesn't know this because he calls this the worst fight in One Piece so far, like 4 months ago.
Worst?
Yeah, the worst fight in One Piece so far, like 4 or 5 months ago. Months ago.
Like, I I think he will say the same stuff in Wano. That in Wano will be because like if he doesn't like it, but like the worst.
Maybe he's being hyperbolic. Maybe he's even
Yeah,
lying. But as far as I can tell, he was being genuine when he said, "This is the worst fight in One Piece so far." Hence why I was so, let's just say I wanted to see what he thinks about this fight from that comment. Especially since I got that comment from him on Twitter.
coolest panels in the entire series with Katakuri. It's a shame that Oda doesn't believe in drawing full spreads anymore. He definitely went through a lot of effort in order to nail this pose, and I think it was deserving of a bigger picture. The fight continues.
Why? I guess, yeah, you think it does, but why does it? It can't exactly do this all the time. I just realized he didn't bring up the underworld people, the, you know, you know what I meant, like Stussy and the. Okay, I don't remember Stussy's name, but those guys. Oh, and Morgan's and Stussy's them. He didn't bring them up, so whatever.
In order to nail this pose, and I think it was deserving of a bigger picture. The fight continues until Luffy and Cat exchange final blows. Luffy falls into a hole and is knocked out. Cat is still standing but falls forward and they're both incapacitated. Several minutes later, Luffy wakes up. He begins to climb out of the hole. As he is climbing out of the hole, there is no one around him, and then Cat teleports in front of him and is now standing above him. Luffy is completely spent and surprised. Cat asks Luffy if he'll come back one day to beat his mommy up. Luffy says yeah. That answer satisfies Cat. He gives in to his exhaustion, and then he falls on his back. Thus ends the Luffy vs. Katakuri fight. This fight started out as a one-sided beatdown where Luffy was getting damaged more than he had been in a long, long time, maybe ever, to then being a 10-hour training session which Oda tries to change into an honorable 1v1. There are several things that are good about Luffy vs. Katakuri. There are some serious tone changes within the fight. It's dramatic, it's brutal, it has good choreography in multiple chapters, and as far as art goes, it's pretty solid all the way around.
Why is he bringing up this stuff in this fight and not any time else in One Piece? I, whatever. He's a big punch monkey, so of course he'll bring up as much as he can on the big punch monkey stuff.
Oda puts basically every single positive characteristic that you could put into a character into Luffy's opponent, Katakuri.
Incorrect. I really liked. I really liked. No, I really like, not liked. It's not past tense. I still liked Caesar. I still like Caesar. When I was reading, when I read, well, I wouldn't call it reading. I was just reading, Punk Hazard for Caesar. I just want to see Caesar moments. I haven't really read Punk Hazard, but the first time I read Punk Hazard after watching the downfall of One Piece, on the A-List Exist channel. I was reading up, seeing some Caesar moments, and I got to the Caesar fights in the laboratory where Luffy confronts Caesar, and that had pretty pretty good stuff. Like Luffy dodging attacks, uh, Caesar doing his burner Bunsen burner attack, his freaking laser mouth. Luffy's Luffy and Caesar's reactions to each other's moves. Luffy's stretching powers, which I don't want to say the art style was at its best in the post time skip, somewhere around the end of pre and beginning of post was his best, but I really liked what he did with these characters. The expressions and the thick outlines in some points. So, not to mention the actual faces going on, the usual exaggeration, cartoony faces with Caesar and Luffy. So, yeah. When you say, when you said,
Positive characteristic that you could put into a character into Luffy's opponent, Katakuri.
oh, Katakuri himself. Well, at any rate, with Caesar, he still keeps his demeanor as well as his character in the fights, as well as with Luffy there. They have a good fight visually.
Yeah, I like how Luffy defeated Caesar. Like,
No, no,
like a big.
not the last fights. I did read that, but it wasn't really a fight and just kind of just a one shot. But I meant Luffy confronted not Cat Luffy confronted Caesar the second time. When Smoker and Luffy confronted Caesar in the little mini bar area of the laboratory, and Smoker decided to leave Luffy with Caesar because Smoker wanted to catch up with Virgo. I meant that scene. I liked what I liked. I thought Drit was going with bests.
One-sided beatdown where Luffy was getting damaged more than he had
He was
been
going
in a long, long time, maybe ever. To then being a 10-hour training session, which Oda tries to change into an honorable 1v1. There are several things that are good about Luffy vs. Katakuri. There are some serious tone changes within the fight. It's dramatic, it's brutal, it has good choreography in multiple chapters, and as far as art goes, it's pretty solid all the way around. Oda puts basically every single positive characteristic that you could put into a character into Luffy's opponent, Katakuri.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna say in general with any opponent Luffy fought, but he he specifically meant with Katakuri, which is fine and not completely true because he was also toying with Luffy at the beginning, but he doesn't remember that. So even even then, even then he didn't bring up Katakuri saying that anything Luffy can do, he can do better. And so it would show a little bit of cockiness or some sort of playfulness, or like him just not actually underestimating Luffy or something. But well, what can I say? He just didn't bring it up, and I find it important to Katakuri.
Cat has a good design. Katakuri seems to have an overpowered ability. He's really strong. He has a really high bounty for this stage in the story. He's a versatile fighter that can adapt to seemingly any situation. He even has Conqueror's Haki, just because. He's got all of the notable features that good villains.
Oh, he's so strong. You don't understand. He's so strong. Katakuri's so strong. You know who's also strong? Big Mom. But Big Mom not as strong as Katakuri. No, Big Mom not cool like Katakuri. Cause Big Mom was goofy. Big Mom. Well, first off, he doesn't understand Big Mom because he completely ignored the hunger pangs, hunger in the starvation mode. Both. Under doesn't understand those modes about Big Mom and about her character. Not to mention he didn't understand or mention the little scrapbooking prison library where she keeps some cool stuff in her little pocket there. But Big Mom big strong, but she not cool like Katakuri. Not anymore. Katakuri been cool guy all the way through. Freaking ridiculous. You yourself said himself said this was a silly manga. So something silly is apparently a bad thing, and he doesn't really bring up anything more humorous about a character at all, unless it's a negative. So this guy's. I really want to know what made this guy like One Piece.
Villains have. And it seems like a giant
Oh,
recipe.
also, the reason he has Conqueror's Hockey because he's determined to protect his family. Uh, he has a strong determination to protect his family. He was willing to, yeah, he was willing to sacrifice. Uh, he was willing to keep down his usual personality just so he can look big and intimidating for his family. So, yeah, that's the reason why he has the Conqueror's Hockey.
Got all of the notable features that good villains have. And it seems like
Also, most villains in One Piece do not have Conqueror's Hockey. So, not to mention, most villains don't have what Katakuri have. Never mind most good villains. Most villains don't have stuff that Katakuri has. Crocodile and Lucci. And that's about it. And I guess Shiryu, but he doesn't have Conqueror's Hockey, and well, he wasn't exactly an antagonist to Luffy, so pretty much just Dofi, Katakuri, and Lucci closest that fit into Katakuri's characteristics that you listed and were good aspects of him.
he's got all of the notable features that good villains have. And it seems like a giant recipe for success, right? And on the surface, yeah, you're right. But that's only on the surface. The deeper you dig into this fight, the worse it gets. We'll start first with Luffy.
Why should people only look at the surface, Dritz? Because, well, to be fair, he did excuse a moment in the story because the intent was conveyed there. So, Dritz, you excused other stuff, so why not here?
The issues with Luffy really start to rear their head with all of the Rayleigh flashbacks, particularly the second one. In this flashback, Rayleigh tells Luffy that future sight is a thing. Rayleigh says that 2 years of dedicated training won't be able to get Luffy to the level of future sight, even though all it took was 10 hours of Haki blooming into Katakuri. Rayleigh asks Luffy what he'll do if he comes across someone who has future sight. A bit on the head here, right?
Well, the plan was just to stay low for 2 years. So, unless they thought this went through, they were were going to have to change the plan if Luffy was supposed to get more training on future sites.
Luffy answers Rayleigh by saying, I guess it depends on what they're like. You mean your opponent's personality? I've never even thought about that. You really care? Well, sure I do. So obviously, this was bullshit. At no point during the fight does Katakuri's personality matter, or is taken into account by Luffy in terms of what his actions will be when handling him. Those 10 hours when Luffy was getting his ass beat and taunted, there's nothing in there for this entire personality pretense. Did Luffy care so much about Katakuri that he stopped taking advantage of Brûlé, or took advantage of Brûlé more because of relationship with Kat? Did Luffy get mad at Flampe for spitting on Katakuri's face or laughing at him? Did Luffy do anything to make the fight more fair like how Katakuri did when he injured himself? How much has personality mattered in a fight with Luffy? Did it matter against Crocodile? Enel? Lucci? Don Krieg?
What was that? Fan
Arlong?
art?
Moria? Kaido? Katakuri wasn't treated much differently than any other person in the story. Luffy was never reluctant or even more eager. I know Luffy says that there are no dirty moves in a fight between pirates, which is fine. That's more or less a statement acknowledging Katakuri's apology. But that doesn't
It's a callback. It's a callback to. It's a callback to freaking Crocodile. How did? Whatever.
undo what we're talking about here. Luffy putting his hat on Katakuri also doesn't change anything either. If this was a well-written fight, it would serve as the cherry on top, but that's it. Just because Luffy doesn't hate Katakuri and there's respect between them, doesn't mean it validates anything that was stated in the Rayleigh flashback.
It's literally the point. Yeah, it shows respect, but it wasn't a good cherry on top of a fight. But I'm saying that, yes, he respects him, and that's the entire point of the flashback. What do you think? You think Katakuri should be like freaking, I don't know, Frankie, or where like Frankie level respect, where he gets. At first they were antagonists, but he grew to like Luffy because of how much of a good guy he was, protecting his crew, getting Robin back, defying the world government, so on and so on. You want something like that for Katakuri? Is that what you wanted? Because Katakuri's ambitions are pretty different from Luffy's. So I don't. What?
So, doesn't change anything either. If this was a well-written fight, it would serve as the cherry on top, but that's it. Just because Luffy doesn't hate Katakuri and there's respect between them, doesn't mean it validates anything that was stated in the Rayleigh flashback.
It's literally the point that they respect each other. That's the point, that they respect each other. Well, the point being is that Katakuri Katakuri actually grew to like Luffy, and so Katakuri's character himself, he doesn't realize this, but if Katakuri was a simple one and done, you're the antagonist. Well, I'm the antagonist here, and Luffy, you're impeaching on Big Mom's plan and does his absolute best to execute him, then, well, for starters, Luffy would be dead, and Luffy wouldn't have a chance to, well, train his haki. Also, is when Luffy left with Brûlé, he had, I believe, he had this flashback. I think he had this flashback. But whatever. When he had Brûlé and was recovering from his haki depletion, he had a flashback, and I think he was commenting on needing to improve in the fights. and he decided to train up his observation hockey to imitate what Katakuri was doing. And in the middle of that, Katakuri was beginning to like Straw Hat for his tenacity. So, in the middle of the fights, Katakuri started liking Straw Hat because, well, it's pretty much the only person that kind of showed reasoning here. That's the interesting part. I say it's because Luffy was a very good fighter, and Katakuri liked that about him. But I was about to say that Luffy didn't really laugh at Katakuri's eel mouth, but I don't think that's it. So I'm just gonna say that Katakuri grew to respect Luffy as a fighter, and considering that Brule was big up in Katakuri for being a calm Peki Chojin, perfect superhuman, he was a well, he was never even laid on his. He wasn't even touched, let alone shown to be on his back. He has no weaknesses, and someone like Luffy getting not only getting better as they fight, but being able to keep Katakuri on his toes made him respect Luffy. Oh, made that he respect Luffy, and so with his character and him being able to respect people stronger or as strong as him made Luffy able to use his future sights. Katakuri's affection to Luffy and him not wanting to outright murder Luffy as soon as possible did did Luffy's tenacity, Katakuri's strength. Luffy was very good at withstanding Katakuri. Katakuri liked that Luffy was such a good fighter. Flambe did a disservice to the fights, and Katakuri admits that he now thinks Luffy as an equal. And with Luffy improving his observation hockey, it all depends on Katakuri's willingness. Katakuri finding Luffy to be admirable. Well, he just likes Luffy for being a good fighter, keeping him on his toes for so long. Wait, did I just explain the entire fight? Oh, wait, I just did. So, yeah, Dritz didn't understand Katakuri's character. I just explained the entire fight.
This still has nothing to do with Luffy's actions concerning personality. And the reason why this has nothing to do with personality is because Luffy's actions aren't dictated or affected by however he was supposed to think of Katakuri. The Rayleigh flashback puts it out there in clear terms that Luffy's strategy against someone who has future sight is dependent on the type of person they are. Luffy is supposed to believe that when you are backed into a corner, that this is what could give you an answer to your problems. Oda obviously wanted to add a layer onto the fight in order to develop it over time, but Oda refused to put in any work beforehand or during the fight to substantiate the writing and motivations.
Yes.
If this Rayleigh flashback never existed, it would help alleviate some of the problems with this fight. Not all, but some. But Oda chose to try and make this fight more complex than what is usually normal in the series. Take a step back and really think to yourself. Does Rayleigh's flashback and Luffy's words about personality really mean anything at all?
Yes. Several times, yes. Let's see here. Uh, it's been pretty much every story where character, where character or a characteristic defines whether someone lives or dies. Luffy himself says stuff about people not having the determination or the dream. What was it again? Who was it against? Maybe it was a movie character, but it was against a. I forget who it was. It was against a guy. Luffy said something about them not having the dream or the goal or the aspiration, the drive, the ability. They are unable to hurt Luffy because they themselves don't believe in a dream. Yeah, that's it. Wait, does that work? I forget who it was, but maybe it was some sort of filler character. Well, whatever. I don't think I should bring this point up if I'm so confused about this. But either way, that entire expose I said about Katakuri, which ultimately just me recapping the story, should have been enough of a reason.
Back in Luffy's words about personality really mean anything at all? When it comes to people's interpretation of this fight, the end of it plays a big role. Luffy vs. Cat has a conclusion unlike any other in the story. Luffy's entire goal when coming back into the mirror world is that he wanted to beat Cat at his best and overcome him, right? Okay, so let's go over the ending sequence. If you are climbing out of a hole, and Katakuri gets up knowing that you're awake after both of you just traded huge blows with each other, you turn your head and are staring up at his dick while he's looking down on you. And instead of continuing the fight or getting into...
Comedy, guys. Comedy! This is bad comedy. Comedy, Dritz? Whatever.
Up at his dick while he's looking down on you. And instead of continuing the fight or getting into a fighting stance, Katakuri instead asks you a character-oriented question, and after waiting for your answer, then willingly falls backwards. Should you come out of the fight thinking, yeah, I whooped this guy's ass? Is this a situation where Luffy should feel completely satisfied in accomplishing his goal? The main issue with all of this is that Luffy, the character, does not engage in the greater meaning of what Oda was trying to go for in this fight, which makes the resolution very unfulfilling.
You just brought up something completely different, dog. Like, what? Huh? Let me run that back, because man just did a jackknife right there.
To a fighting stance, Katakuri instead asks you a character-oriented question, and after waiting for your answer, then willingly falls backwards. Should you come out of the fight thinking, yeah, I whooped this guy's ass? Is this a situation where Luffy should feel completely satisfied in accomplishing his goal? The main issue with all of this is that Luffy, the character, does not engage in the greater meaning of what Oda was trying to go for in this fight, which makes the resolution very unfulfilling. Even though...
For starters, Katakuri kind of gave up because he wanted to fight Straw Hat again. Brule even said that he let Luffy go. Dritz, you did not read the story, did you? Dritz, he did not actually... Dritz did not actually read the story. Dritz, Luffy is on a time limit. Do you want him to go? No, get up. We ain't done. I don't think. I don't know if Katakuri knows about the time limit or if he even cares, but well, if he did care, he might have actually done that on purpose for the time limit, as well as, wanting to see Luffy again. But I don't think he knew about the time limits. So, for an out of universe reason, for Katakuri to go down, uh, sure, that. But in universe and with Katakuri, he willingly dropped on his back because he likes Luffy and he wants to meet him again. He was kind of being a little bit selfish here. Also, was this his best being injured? Also, while was this his best? Oh, you mean with the mm, the not brulee, the flampe injuries. With if you mean the flampe injuries, then yeah, that is also something he should have considered. But the thought here is that they're on equal terms after Katakuri injuring himself. So the fight balanced itself out when Katakuri injured himself. Yeah, wants a rematch. At the very least, he wants a rematch because he wants to see Luffy again. Making because he made Katakuri such a it was a he was a very impressive fighter to Katakuri, and he respects him for that, and he wants to see each other again. Yeah. Hopefully, we get to see more character between each other because it's interesting having like a rival character of sorts with Katakuri. Because you could say Katakuri's a rival to Luffy. I haven't really put this into words up until now, but Katakuri is kind of a rival. Kinda. I say kind of a rival, but Katakuri doesn't want to be Pirate King, so their aspirations don't really line up. But if we're just talking like a pure fisticuffs between each other, then yeah, I'm pretty sure Katakuri just wants to meet Luffy again.
For in this fight, which makes the resolution very unfulfilling.
Uh,
Even
you
though
know,
Cat is
Uh,
your words made me realize that Katakuri is kind of like Whitebeard, because like Whitebeard was a rival to Roger, and Whitebeard was all about family, like Katakuri. And I don't think that Whitebeard wanted to. Uh, yeah, he didn't want to One Piece as well.
he wants
He
it. He
like
wants a family. I wanted a family. Yeah, that's a very good point that you brought up because this person of questionable intelligence, Stritz, brought up parallels to Annie's lobby, which barely fits, and he brought up two different characters to uh, uh, to uh, to parallel Sanji. Two different characters, two different moments, paralleling to this one guy from this one scene. Actually, I think he said, freaking, I think. I mean, it's been a few days, so I can understand why I forgot. But him trying to parallel uh, nah Robin's flashback to Sanji's, even though it's that one moment that is similar, and paralleling Sanji coming back to Luffy, and paralleling that to Usopp, which is which might be even worse since Sanji left to save the crew while Usopp left the crew because he didn't want to be a burden on the crew. In the in the Mary getting scrapped. But here, you brought up a very interesting parallel because Katakuri being more of the family man, similar to that of Whitebeard, and how Whitebeard wants a family, and how Katakuri wants to protect his family, and how well uh, it's kind of obvious that Luffy's somewhat of a parallel to Roger, and how he aspires. Well, he can't really aspire to be the Pirate King when he made up the Pirate King title. So, well, Luffy being
You
a
know,
parallel to Gold Roger, and Katakuri being a parallel to Whitebeard makes this make this fight a little bit more um, good. With that in mind,
yeah, I usually don't like when One Piece fans bring up parallels, like, oh, like Zoro is parallel to Riley, and Yamato should join Straw Hats because she's a parallel to Oden. Because like, why Straw Hats can be like their own characters? So like every one of them should be like a parallel. Like, but with Drist, uh, you should have praised it by his logic.
The main issue with all of this is that Luffy, the character, does not engage in the greater meaning of what Oda was trying to go for in this fight, which makes the resolution very unfulfilling. Even though Kat is saying stuff like, I thought you were worthy, you're worthy now, and can you beat up my mom? Luffy, the guy that rarely says specializes in emotional observation, right? The same guy who could tell what Sanji's real emotions were by getting hit by him. Luffy couldn't deduce what the supposed greater motivation for Katakuri was, and he treats Kat like any other dude, an obstacle. What is up
No,
with...
he put the hat.
no,
Hat.
he's saying the hat thing is unjustified. Luffy wasn't aware of Katakuri's character in this fight, and so him putting that on Katakuri's mouth.
I think he's like. I think it. Wait, like Katakuri still wanted to fight Luffy. Like, play. I want to hear all his argument.
I gotcha.
specializes in emotional observation, right? The same guy who could tell what Sanji's real emotions were by getting hit by him. Luffy couldn't deduce what the supposed greater motivation for Katakuri was, and he treats Kat like any other dude, an obstacle. What is up with Sanji and Luffy being so brain dead in this arc? We got Sanji ghosting Pudding first, and now we have Luffy ghosting Katakuri. I don't get it. Once again, this is a simple concept that can be very effective if pulled off. It's not that hard to show Luffy caring. I don't understand how Oda fumbled this. Which brings me to the second aspect of Luffy versus Katakuri.
Then why didn't Luffy use any of Katakuri's weaknesses? Commenting on his mouth, bringing Brule into any sort of danger.
I feel like Drist wants Luffy to talk no jutsu Katakuri like, whoa, like, I feel ya. Like, we are the same. Like, I don't know.
You and I are not alike, mate. Except I'm Gold
Like,
Roger and you're Whitebeard. That's a
I
statement
feel you.
reference.
I feel your sadness. Like, don't fight. Like, and get like, oh, damn. Like, you're right.
Your words cut deep, deeper than any blade. Freaking Zabuza. Freaking
Yeah, yeah.
frack. I have issues with that ending.
Same that you told in Discord.
Yeah, I said it in Discord how Zabuza should have just went on living for Haku's sake.
I said that he's pretty famous ninja. Like even in the final arcs, he's still mentioned as like very famous swordsman. So I think it would be hard for him to start a new life.
Not a,
Um,
not a, not
he's
a new
wearing
life.
mask.
Not a new life per se. Just try, just actually try and live instead of freaking no handing an assassination on the freaking small guy on the arc.
I think Haku also wanted that Zabuza cared about him, so in some way he like fulfilled this. Like he was fighting because that little businessman dude kicked him. He kicked Haku corpse.
All right, but wouldn't that be uh dumb? Because I'm pretty sure Haku wouldn't mind that, especially since Haku didn't kill anybody in this freaking arc. Like, here's the thing, uh, it would have been better if Zabuza decided not to kill him and just tried to or reform or readjust his ideals of ninjutsu or being a ninja, being a soldier, being a ninja. And so
Like,
he would let that slide to not give in. It's kind of like not give in to his attachments to Haku, but also understand that Haku wouldn't. Well, actually, it's kind of weird since I think Haku should have killed Sasuke for the sake of, well, the mission, but uh, but
like,
it's
like no, go on.
no.
Didn't like Sasuke was almost dead, but Haku was fighting Naruto.
No.
Well,
No, the thing is, let me bring up. I remember, I remember them saying that even after all that, I'm paraphrasing here. Even after all that, he was still unable to kill. So, well, let me get that clip. Uh, for whatever. Uh, Apex Legends. Let me.
No! No!
Oh frick! Get out of my face, ads.
What are you doing? You shouldn't move!
How's Naruto? But how? Did Naruto do it?
Oh, I knew you'd pull through. You're too cool a guy to stay down for long. Look, it's Sasuke! He's alright! He's alright!
Dub is
How?
awful.
Well, he fought you. His heart was breaking in two.
You
Don't go getting too comfortable.
All right, he didn't say that.
Ah,
Well, he did say when he was fighting him, his heart was breaking.
well, I think Haku and before his death thought that Sasuke is dead. No, or almost.
Why would he think he was almost dead when he could have just killed him?
Because there was also Naruto and also Zabuza was fighting, was losing to Kakashi.
But Zabuza wasn't about to get Kirin, whatever. He wasn't about to get stabbed. He wasn't about to get killed because Haku dealt with Sasuke before he saw Kakashi trapped Zabuza. I have an issue with these names.
Yeah, dogs. Trap. No, dogs.
I keep on forgetting Kakashi's name. Is what I meant.
I think his name is Kakashi.
Where is it? Maybe go freaking. I'm pretty sure they say something about the guys not getting. Yeah, frack. I'm just trying to find dialogue.
I remember for sure, like Haku was like, "Okay, Naruto, kill me," and then like, "Wait, Zabuza is in danger." I changed my mind.
Yeah, because he didn't want to kill anyone. He was he was he was willing to die himself before he even killed Naruto or Sasuke. Even I
Uh,
well, no, I don't. They didn't freaking. I'm pretty sure. I am certain.
okay, my argument. I always need time to process thoughts. I'm not good at like putting out stuff immediately. Uh, was it said that Haku wants Zabuza to live a normal, like reformed life, or just to protect him?
He wanted to be a weapon for Zabuza. That was Haku's goal.
Like, I don't think like what I'm trying to say. I don't think it was ever like uh, that Zabuza dying to protect no to revenge Haku is like more appropriate to a story that was being told than he will be reforming, like living a normal life because it was never like part of the story. It could be good, but I think him dying is like more. Oh my god, thematically
Thematic.
appropriate.
You say
But
that, but in the Zabuza speech, I mean in the Naruto speech, he was he was he was talking to Zabuza about how their relationship meant nothing to Zabuza, and
yeah,
then
and Zabuza died happily. No, like he was happy that he was dying with Haku. Like, I think like
but
Zabuza is like
he had other ambitions than keeping Haku alive or safe or happy or something. So he wanted to take control over the a village. I forget which village it was, but he wanted to take over some land. And he used Haku to for his you know nothing
he
of
was hired
Naruto.
to do this.
He used Haku for his ambitions, when Haku died, Naruto was being all uppity that Zabuza didn't have any strong attachments to Haku because Zabuza used him as a weapon. And in this speech, he was commenting on Zabuza being so cold and heartless because he himself thinks that ninjas have to be cold, unfeeling killing machines, weapons, because that's the purpose of a ninja. Naruto does his speech. Zabuza has some sort of change of heart because well, within Zabuza's character, he should know that stuff like this happens all the time. Ninjas die. They're expendable weapons, but the tears coming from this man's eyes show that he did care about Haku, and so I'm
Okay.
associating. I'm associating that since he cares about Haku, he would try. He would try living up to Haku's kindness. Oh, okay. This is kind of a me thing now. Now I'm thinking about it because it's kind of a
Also,
big
that I
character
wonder
change. Just being this. Well, it's
that
kind of a big
Zabuza.
character change for him to be so attached to Haku.
But that's like makes sense because like Zabuza understands that this world of ninja, like your weapon, and he's like he always cared about Haku, but like he still like suppressed his emotions and he like kept him. But then like when Haku died, I don't care. Like and then Naruto, yeah, it's very melodramatic, but it makes sense. Like Naruto, like oh he cared about you, and blah 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 blah, and he like oh man. Your words cut. Oh, as you said.
Your words cut deep, deeper than any blade.
Yeah.
But we never really
Uh,
seen Haku and we never seen Zabuza and Haku have any sort of moment where their
uh
friendship get tested.
when
There's only one scene.
when he
There's one scene when Haku was.
flashback.
There was a flashback where Haku was dying, where Zabuza decided to catch a bunny for uh, Haku and didn't kill it. Decided to catch a bunny for Haku. Yeah, decided to catch a bunny for Haku.
But when he accepted Haku, like Haku life was shit, and like and for him like Zabuza like this, it was like they had weird relationship, sure, but like for them it was like still father child. You know what? I actually forget that Haku is a male. Like
Yeah,
it's still father son relationships. It's a it's a weird military ninja world relationships, but they still care for each other. They don't show this. Like Haku didn't. Like did Haku like show to Zabuza like saying to him stuff? Or he was silent about this.
Haku said that he's a weapon for Zabuza, and Zabuza was saying that something like his weapon served his purpose. His
Yeah,
weapon.
like yeah, exactly. He didn't go like saying, "Oh, Daddy, like stop, I care about you."
What? No, no. I'm just saying
Uh,
that's what they said. So why would, from what we got from Zabuza's character, why would he care that much about Haku?
because because usual trope. Uh, you understand. People decide what they really had when they lose it.
But okay. From that, then why does he care about Haku? Why couldn't he just not care about Haku? Why couldn't he just think he was just?
Because he because it's a world of ninja where you are everything but just a weapon. And when he lost Haku, he really understood that, like, damn, I cared about that trends.
That little tomboy, but not actually a girl. Okay,
My favorite fanboy.
but why couldn't he just think of Haku as a weapon? Why couldn't
Well,
he just be? Why
well,
couldn't he just be as cold as he was throughout the entire arc, except for that one flashback when Haku was dying?
because it's how human mentality works.
Not
Like,
exactly. He could just be he could just be like a sociopath.
it's like a how to say it uh, strict father type, where like father didn't show like his affection to his child, but still loves him. He just doesn't show this. He, and she doesn't says it either. To the point that it seems like he hates him,
But
but
Haku
in a
doesn't hate.
ninja world.
But Haku doesn't hate Zabuza. If anything, Haku loves Zabuza for giving him purpose.
Weird, but it makes sense.
Nah, I don't see it makes sense because this this ultimately contradicts Zabuza's character from what's being shown. How he killed like 30 students in a ninja exam, and he wasn't a ninja himself. How he's an assassin. How he treats Zabuza, and how he treats Haku, and how Haku was willing to be used as a weapon for Zabuza. So why couldn't they just keep that? Why couldn't Zabuza still be this sociopath murder killer type?
I think it's like you just wait. I don't want to say that you just want another story. Okay, I'd say that like you wanted like, but it would be like not as big a good revelation if you just like always cared. Like, I don't know how you would structure that.
Alright. Let me. I also wanted to add what Naruto says after dispatching the people on the bridge. He said something about not wanting ninjas to be just tools. I'm pretty sure you're aware of the.
Yeah, but like everything that goes with Naruto characters, like I don't appreciate really. Like him saying, "Oh, I saved Hyuga from slavery." Like he really doesn't do this a lot. He just says stuff
Yeah,
that he will do.
and this is just an overall writing problem with Naruto as a franchise and how they could have just made Zabuza work with his dream of not wanting ninjas to be just weapons, like some sort of, I don't know, some sort of war happens. Hint, hint. Zabuza gets reintroduced for
But
the war
was it
effort.
okay? I got it. But was it really like shown that Haku and Zabuza cares about other world? Like, do they have affection to change it, or I
Oh
think
no,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
more personal everything.
Zabuza wanted to take over the. What
He was
was?
hired to do that.
No, he wanted to. He wanted. Uh, his dream was to take over the village of the mist, I believe. That was his goal. He wanted to take over the village. That's his dream. He did want to take over a village. Okay, I'll find it, but I have to take care of some plants. Like move plants is what I meant. So I'll be right back.
How it turned into Naruto discussion. Uh,
Yeah, Zawaza wanted to use Haku for his goals, which were to take the, I believe it was the village of the mist.
Yeah,
Oh, you
he
looked it up?
wanted. Yeah, he wanted to become Misukage. Uh, I'm still reading. So- oh, he was an humble. Don't know that.
Well, in any case, he used Haku for his goals, and
Yeah, Zabuza came to disagree with workings of the village. He, because of the bloody mist.
the Bloody Mist.
Mm. It's a village name.
Oh, all right. Well,
It's a village of. It's like it's like a capital of mist village. Too many villages. No.
well, nevertheless,
It's
for
it's never like I don't see what he didn't like in way Mitsukake was doing. That's a problem. It was too much corruption. Um,
which could help with, which both of them could really help with Naruto's dream of not making ninjas as weapons, because with with Naruto's speech against the with Naruto's speech to Zabuza, and the one after when they buried each other, he talked. I just thought that both those speeches would work best if uh, Zabuza left to both uh, figure out his ideals of being a ninja. Well, this would really work best if he said both of those speeches to Zabuza.
I think it would be like better if they were.
Like if he did the first speech there, Zabuza starts crying, decides to leave, and then comes back to Naruto another time when like after the bridge is built and they went back to the hidden leaf. He's somewhere at the end of the bridge and he talks to them four and confronts them about confronts them about what would Zabuza want from Naruto? Oh yeah, ask how where they put Haku's well, that would be kind of a stretch. I'm just trying to find a reason here because
I,
it's,
I can
I kind of trying to put Zabuza for Naruto's theme of not wanting ninjas to be tools since he brought that up.
I can agree with you, but like I don't see. I think it was like he. It never was explained what was exactly wrong with, except maybe that it's corrupt. I don't know. I don't know if he agreed with or disagreed with ninjas are just the tools. I think it's a bad writing. I think it's like was it was just stated he wanted to take over of the village, but it was never explained why exactly.
Naruto discussion on a One Piece video. That's pretty cool.
Well, yeah.
At any rate, we're getting somewhere with this well, I don't want to say somewhere, but I can say I was enjoying the Naruto dialogue more than this video.
Let suffering go on.
This fight is a disaster at a technical level. When Luffy first goes to Gear 4th against Katakuri, Luffy tells Katakuri that he'll expose his weakness again later in the fight, and that's what makes him beatable. The entire premise of the Katakuri fight during the first half is that Luffy doesn't have a counter against Katakuri's Future Sight. Luffy only gained an upper hand momentarily because Katakuri lost control of his emotions. But when Katakuri lost control of his emotions, it introduced the fight gimmick. Future Sight does have an inherent weakness outside of just running out of hockey. It's reliant on your mental state. This is what gives Luffy, the underdog, a puncher's chance at winning against a much stronger opponent. This fight gimmick is of the same kind that was introduced with Cracker in the Seducing Woods. Cracker was the supreme defense dude that would lose if you beat a strategy. Cat is the exact same way, and Oda completely abandons Katakuri, just like he did with Cracker. Instead of focusing on beating and overcoming Future Sight, Oda says, fuck it, I don't feel like doing that anymore. How about Luffy just gets Future Sight equal to Katakuri so that the ability doesn't matter? The entire statement from Luffy saying, you'll definitely expose your weakness again, ends up being completely and utterly wrong. Katakuri doesn't lose focus for the rest of the fight, and Luffy never plays around it or anything. The entire momentum of the fight changes the moment Luffy comes back from the mirror world with his new goal of learning Future Sight, because why the hell not? Everything here could have been done in tens of ways that would have made it better. Instead of having Luffy train for 10 hours to get Future Sight, an ability that Luffy doesn't need, more on that later.
Doesn't need? So now you're saying this power up is useless? Or are you saying that Luffy doesn't need a power up? But Nami gets us. But Nami deserves a better fight? Question mark against Cracker because she gets a power up. I don't. But you just called what Nami get a shonen power up, but Luffy doesn't deserve a quote unquote shonen power up. I don't. I don't. Dritz, you're being biased again.
You could just focus on Luffy trying to sight an ability that Luffy doesn't need, more on that later. You could just focus on Luffy trying to exploit Katakuri's weakness and he could win that way. But let's say you didn't want that to happen. Let's say Oda didn't want Katakuri to expose his weakness again for the rest of the fight and lose that way. Luffy failing to get Katakuri to break form again could have served as a roadblock that made Luffy shift goals to then focus on Snake Man. The former of these suggestions also plays into the entire personality thing that I went over.
Wouldn't that be his reasoning to get future sights? Because it's both training and an ability to at least attempt to match Katakuri. I don't. Well, whatever. He just.
Or Oda could have just written Luffy to care about Katakuri. Both are equally relevant. As of right now, Luffy leaving and then coming back with the motivation to learn Future Sight really does come out of nowhere and doesn't make any sense. There's nothing backing up how Luffy thinks he can learn it. Luffy doesn't even piece together basic logic like, me and Katakuri are alike, so if he can learn it, maybe I can too. Even a statement of Luffy saying that his counter to Future Sight is getting Future Sight would have been better than nothing. That's a quirky, funny answer that you'd believe if it came out of Luffy's mouth.
But it's a funny answer. You didn't really like comedy in One Piece, so why would this... Yeah, I bring this up, but I still don't know how he actually feels about comedy in One Piece, so him saying this just makes me more confused. Also, couldn't this just be Luffy using Katakuri to improve his hockey?
But nope, that doesn't happen. And that leads me into a bit of a divergence, because I want to bring something up that I think should have been answered within the fight. How does Future Sight even work against another person that has Future Sight? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Luffy ends up getting it, and he fights Katakuri, but Oda doesn't tell us how these abilities work together. In my mind, I imagine two people that are using Future Sight of similar strength would equate to something like a Mexican standoff, except whoever makes the first move might be the loser, or whoever is faster might be the winner. But once again, I don't know. Oda doesn't go into details, which is a shame. One Piece power scaling is more nuanced than the casual fanbase likes to give it credit, but the nuance of hockey is its greatest weakness as a power system, and it's one of the reasons why hockey is not good. As it's
What? Are you kidding me? Hockey is simple. Observation makes you see stuff at longer ranges. Armament is just like it says, an armor. And freaking Conqueror's hockey. That's kind of the complicated part, since it kind of just incapacitated people with weaker wills. Initially, it's just a defodderizer, getting the weaker souls out of the fights. Hence, then the freaking advance Conqueror's hockey, destroying the opponent from the inside. Now with hockey, the I guess it's more of an issue with it's more of an issue with the concept of future sight, really, since being able to see in the future, uh, how quaint. But at any rate, oh great, now that got me distracted. Uh, uh, with with the with with Kotick. Alright, let me just play that back a little bit.
One Piece power scaling is more nuanced than the casual fanbase likes to give it credit, but the nuance of hockey is its greatest weakness as a power system, and it's one of the reasons why hockey is not good. As it stands, Luffy's answer to the disparity in strength between him and Katakuri was to also get Future Sight. But at the same time, that's not the answer.
Uh, yeah, it helped. It wasn't a, it it didn't overpower Katakuri. It made them on equal terms. The interesting thing, if you can see ahead in the future, there would have to be an instance where you can't see it, or where you would be in a perpetual, yeah, like he said, a perpetual standoff. So the reason why Luffy went second, Snake Man, not second year. The reason why he went to Snake Man is to increase his speed, because Luffy is on a similar level of observation as Katakuri, while also understanding that he needs speed to overcome the observation. It isn't a direct nerf or a direct buff. Oh wait, it isn't a nerf or a buff per se, but it's just Luffy. Oh no, it's not Luffy getting the best over Katakuri. It's Luffy being able to actually contend with Katakuri. Luffy's chances of winning is increasing the more he understands future sights, and so he went Snake Man to overpower the observation hockey. it's kind of nuanced, sort of, because this kind of only works. Well, well, from what I noticed, Katakuri's future sight. Well, I think he's just a second in the future. So, Katakuri's reaction speed plus predictability plus Katakuri's reaction speed plus predictability. Well, it doesn't really matter how predictable it reactable. Uh, Reaction time plus the actual reaction. Yeah, reaction time plus actual reaction to the move is really the best way Luffy can overcome future sights. No, not the best way. He could have just used his weakness of his family to get the best of him. But how it went down is Luffy tried to overpower the future sights.
Strength between him and Katakuri was to also get future sight. But at the same time, that's not the answer. Because what ultimately wins the fight is Snake Man. Here are some questions for you. Did Snake Man exist before Whole Cake Island? Did Luffy have this form coming out of the time skip? Did Luffy invent it during the fight?
Most likely.
Did Luffy need to learn Future Sight in order to use Snake Man? I could make the argument that Snake Man has existed since the time skip. After all, it's called Snake Man, a naming convention which seems to indicate that it's based off of the animals on Rusakaina.
Why? You freaking tank and bounce man? Or did Luffy see tanks and bouncing men in the freaking training? Now you're just guessing, Dritz. Yeah, this is not fair or not good. Though some of the stuff I keep bringing up is speculation, so it doesn't cancel it out. I'm just saying I'm not doing a good job with my arguments as well.
And Luffy already has attacks modeled after Snake's, like how he uses Culverine in Bound Man. Snake Man could have been a form invented that solely utilizes Culverine style attacks, and he's had it in the tuck since the beginning. Same with Tank Man. But then again, maybe you'd say, well, if Snake Man already existed, why didn't Luffy try using it on Cap before? And my answer to that would be, I don't know. Neither of us know because we have no frame of reference for what Snake Man was like prior to its use in the fight.
Nor Bound Man. Nor Tank Man. But you see, Luffy figured out when Luffy gets a bit okay. Well, this is kind of in the anime, he figured out future sights, and then Luffy uses Snake Man to overpower future sights. So unless they don't show Luffy figuring out future sights, but from what Tritz implied that Luffy did figure out future sights, he just used his Snake Man speed to overpower the future sights. So plus with with a second and third gear is kind of, I say kind of, but there was actually he didn't know about Oimo and Kashi, so based off Dorian Bragi with Gear 3, and Gear 2 is based off of the Shave Soru. So this is not unusual for Luffy bringing up moves to bring out moves from other outside material in the middle of a fight, specifically in the middle of the fight. Whoop.
No frame of reference for what Snake Man was like prior to its use in the fight. We don't know what it was capable of or if it even existed. We don't know if it would have worked against Katakuri before.
So what bound in Tank Man? So what do you? Well, he doesn't know that Luffy unlocked. Luffy unlocked, and then he figured out to use speed to counter or to overpower Future Sight, but still.
For any of this or what, which is an issue. If you don't give the audience a frame of reference for why something is needed, then the power-up is pretty pointless outside of base level hype. If Snake Man, this entire time...
Those two were not comparable. For starters,
Um,
Nami didn't get a huge power-up like Dritz thought she got. So, if he's saying that this was supposed to be a huge power-up, then you're kind of contradicting yourself there, since you said yourself you don't know how strong this should be. But then again, he said shonen power up, so he thinks all power ups should be similar in scale. So this is basically a you issue, Dritz, for both not explaining yourself and for thinking that all quote unquote shonen power ups are shonen power ups, whatever the hell that means. So
well,
I,
I think it means like super. Your power level increased.
That's what I think he means by shonen power up, but he used shonen power up when describing Nami's improved climb attack. So if that's what he thinks happened with Nami, and I think he's implying that with Luffy, then why isn't he associating that Luffy got somewhat stronger in Snake Man or something? Cause
Um, Also, I think Driss forget that Gear 4 shortens his lifespan.
yeah, that too.
was the
So,
key.
so Luffy needs like to use it like with thought, like not just use it like okay, like with Doffy I need bounceman because like uh
It can
and
overpower
etc etc.
Doffy.
Yeah, but I think yeah, but for sure like he created Snake Man in this fight.
To overpower the future sides.
And it's not a power up. Like he just changed stats. Like he lowered strength but increased speed. Pretty simple.
Katakuri himself said, for each bounce his arms make, its speed increases.
He's a creative fighter. Always was.
So creative is making Dritz confused.
Okay. Another. Did he criticized? Okay, he criticized Gear 2.
Yeah, I remember.
Like,
I remember what he said about
but
Gear 2. He said it was
yeah,
out of care. No, wait a minute. Was that Dritz who said that?
as Paul.
Because I was thinking it was more like Luffy using blood to increase his speed is something Chopper would come
Uh,
up, but I don't think
he
Dritz said that.
both. He said both stuff.
Oh,
Blood? No, no, no. Blood? No, 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 no. I remember like him saying about like water dropped on him. Uh, my another question: does he has problem with Gear 3? Like uh, how he created Gear 3? Like what inspired Luffy to do that? Like with Gear 2, we have like explanation. With Gear 3, we basically get nothing.
We did get an exclamation. Is Luffy imitating Soru with his gum gum powers? Shave. Blue No even said. Oh, even Luffy said that he figured out that what they were doing was hopping on the air 6 or 7 times.
Yeah, but it's about Gear 2.
Yeah, but Gear 2 is just one of the 6 superpowers. He's just imitating one of the 6 superpowers.
Yeah, but I was talking like, does Breeze has problem with Gear 3, like big punch, big kick, big arm.
Well,
That's like, oh, it's never stated.
He doesn't bring it up here, so I'm guessing it isn't an issue. Out of any time you could bring up power scaling or power ups, it should be here.
I think what Drist should have done, at least here, is explain where Snake Man, if Luffy like created Snake Man in a time skip, where he can use it, like where it would be helpful.
Yeah, that's what I said. But does Dritz have a problem with Gear 3 or third gear? As you should say.
Oh, where he could use Snake Man before, like with Caesar, with Holdy.
True. You also have to bring up
What?
when could he use Gear 4, specifically Snake Man on other characters? Because well, first off, he doesn't realize that he's using Snake Man to overpower Future Sights, so whatever.
Base level height. If Snake Man this entire time was the key to the fight, then make the fight all around Luffy eventually using Snake Man and the logic around why he needed to get to that point in time.
You didn't have an issue with Bound Man showing up in Whole Cake like this, but you have an issue with Snake Man? Whatever, I was just reading the comments.
Here's an idea. Maybe Oda could have had the attacks Luffy used against Katakuri and Bound Man serve as the foundation for Luffy coming up with Snake Man. What if Luffy used Culverine in Gear 4, realized it seemed extra useful against Katakuri's Future Sight, and then planned out Snake Man from that point in time? This could have been similar to how Luffy eventually realized water would allow him to touch Crocodile by the end of his first encounter. Snake Man, as a concept, is a fundamentally flawed power-up when Oda makes this entire fight, the entire fight, 10 hours. All of it is dedicated to Luffy obtaining Future Sight, only for Future Sight to be outclassed and superseded by Snake Man. Katakuri doesn't lose to Future Sight. Snake Man is a form that doesn't have obvious uses of Future Sight built into its mechanics and shown through its fighting style.
Yeah, he didn't read Katakuri say that Snake Man, his attacks from Snake Man were getting faster. So, Dritz, you didn't read the story.
Doesn't that seem odd? When you look back at this fight, don't you think the focus on Future Sight is pointless? We're not done though. Let's keep piling on the issues. One of the biggest differences between Katakuri and Luffy's fruit disappears for large portions of the fight and only makes a reappearance when Oda remembers it.
What are you talking about?
Katakuri, as you know, has the mochi fruit, and he was introduced at the tea party for his fruit to have the added effect that not only can it stretch in similar and arguably better ways than Luffy's, but mochi is also sticky and will suck you in with no escape unless you use liquid to get rid of how sticky Katakuri's mochi is. There's an entire portion of the tea party where Katakuri is mad at Jinbei for explaining to Luffy how his fruit works. Back when the community was talking about this matchup, everyone in the fandom knew that Katakuri's mochi was sticky, and a lot of people assumed that Luffy would need to find a way to counter it. And if he couldn't, he might need help. It might be a 2v1. It was that big of an advantage conceptually. But in the fight, Katakuri's mochi is conveniently not sticky for a vast majority of the fight with no explanation. But here's the thing. It's randomly used a few times. And in every scenario that Katakuri uses it, Luffy has no counter and is completely helpless. Even when Luffy goes Snake Man at the end of the fight, Luffy's supreme ability, Katakuri's mochi is still better, and Luffy can't get out of it. So Luffy had no counter the entire fight, meaning that if Oda allowed Katakuri to use the inherent ability of his fruit, or more of his awakening, just use the sticky shit, he probably would have won the fight. That is a major plot hole. Why did Oda introduce abilities?
He didn't use his sticky mochi because he didn't want to? Like, well, for this, I have to say that he just didn't want to use his, the adhesive property of the mochi. Because, let's see, when would he, well, he should have did over Luffy as soon as possible, really, and deal with the rest of the crew. Done dead over. I don't really got anything, huh? Oh well. Special paramecia.
Fight. That is a major plot hole. Why did Oda introduce abilities and choose not to write around them after giving explanations about them and then building them up at the tea party? Like, what? So, I understand not caring if we're talking about a random ability like Burning Mochi. A one-off attack that's there for style points. Like, I'm not going to sit here and complain that Katakuri isn't spamming Burning Mochi or something when he could. That's little stuff. We're talking about the passive abilities of fruits. Imagine, as a comparison, if Magellan stopped being made of poison conveniently when he was fighting Luffy, and that's how Luffy ended up overcoming him when he shouldn't have. Luffy beats Magellan because he's conveniently not made of poison. That'd be pretty dumb. We're talking about stuff like that, except for a full, serious fight. This Mochi point is a fair criticism.
I mean, versus Magellan was serious. He was about to get poisoned to death. Which, he lost, so he did get poisoned. Just, luckily he had a good friend to help him on the way. On his way to a recovery, I meant.
I alluded to this during the recap, but Luffy's plot armor against Katakuri is ridiculous. And much like how Big Mom kept tripping on banana peels before catching the Straw Hats, Katakuri is tripping on similar banana peels and how he isn't able to put Luffy down because Luffy is the protagonist and Oda needs him to win. When Luffy is at his strongest, in Snake Man, Katakuri is able to match him, and honestly, if you go back and look at the fight, Katakuri gets the better of Luffy. And it makes all of the time he was pussyfooting around with Luffy make no sense. Katakuri was trying to win the fight. It's not like he was intentionally training Luffy like some people may believe. Katakuri wanted Luffy to earn his victory if Luffy was going to win. And it may not seem like that if you just look at Oda's writing, but that's how it was supposed to be. Luffy's role in all of this becomes more egregious when you realize how much of it comes at the cost of the antagonist. The circumstances are unbelievable. Katakuri, while not underestimating Luffy, supposedly, can't put him down when Luffy is in base after 10 hours? The length here matters. I would bet money that Oda's internal logic dictated that the fight needed to be long for a few reasons. Oda realized that if the fight were shorter, Luffy learning Future Sight in that
I didn't find dimension if it's so drift. Oh. Oh, never mind.
Oda realized that if the fight were shorter, Luffy learning Future Sight in that time period would come off even worse than how it already does, so he extended the fight as a justification for Luffy getting it. Oda's compulsive nature demanded that he make the fight long in order to create a time constraint similar to all of the time bombs he inserts in every arc. The events of Whole Cake
No. Luffy intentionally wanted. He said he was going to get picked up there at a certain time, so I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. They were going to be picked up at that time frame. That was the idea. So even if Luffy won, then he would just be. No, Brule would still be there. So never mind.
he make the fight long in order to create a time constraint similar to all of the time bombs he inserts in every arc. The events of Whole Cake needed to last as long as Luffy's fight to make it seem dramatic whenever he does the countdown for Luffy's appearance out of the mirror in Chocolate Town, which is a reason why the Big Mom chase sequence ends up becoming even worse than it already was. Oda needed to somehow extend the plot so that it all coincided together, and to do that with the Straw Hats being chased, Oda needed to come up with fake out after fake out until time was up.
It's not a fake out. Like I said before, it was them just trying their best not to get killed, but whatever.
And what this leaves you with is a main character who has insane levels of plot armor and inhuman durability using an antagonist as a hyperbolic time chamber when he shouldn't be able to because the antagonist is so much stronger than him. And the ridiculous levels keep going up, boys. According to other characters, Luffy takes fatal damage from Katakuri multiple times yet is unaffected by it, which, whatever. That's just a statement from Oda saying that Luffy is getting stomped. It's an exaggeration of the truth. I don't have an issue with it. What I do have an issue with is when Luffy actually suffers fatal damage. And those issues are the following.
Wait. If he has no issues with that, then what is he complaining about? Because if he's okay with Luffy, if that was an exaggeration, then Luffy being able to take all this damage should be realistic then? Because like with the Cracker, he was unable to contest Cracker for 11 hours, but what? And with a freaking, let's see here, good beat down. Well, is wait, Steam is still up. Whatever. With against with what's his name again? With Kaido, yeah, against Kaido, he was taking similar damage. Not as long though. Oh wait a minute! I forgot. I forgot Luffy and Katakuri's bounties were similar. So Luffy wasn't taking that much damage compared to Luffy to Kaido. That was a weird association I made there. Luffy wasn't taking that much damage. You should know. Luffy doesn't really take a lot of damage. Because blunt attacks don't do much with Luffy, but then again, hockey. should negate the rubber.
I remember when Luffy got a blade in his head from Kuro in Syrup Village.
You mean from
Hell,
not Kuro, from Django. Yeah,
or was it Jenga?
it was
Yeah,
Django.
it was his circle blade. Yeah, it was Jenga's. Uh, Hellas in One Piece is very durable.
Yeah, Luffy's pretty strong,
Except,
especially against Blondie
except
Tanks, man.
very durable. Except, fuck, I forgot. Zoro's friend from childhood, Kurina,
Kuina.
Kuina, who died from stairs. Pathetic. Good night.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. Well, well, Luffy's, well, it's Luffy's, uh, oh wait, against, Lucci. Yeah, there we go. Against Lucci, he's taken, well, it wasn't as long, so.
I'd say against Crocodile, he was pierced.
It's not pierced himself. I'm saying the consistent beatdown between Luffy to Katakuri. Like, Luffy taking all that damage for hours on end. I'm just thinking Luffy used armament against Katakuri's armament, so damage would be lessened on his part. I'm kind of stumped here. I don't really have an argument for this, so I'll just give this for Dritz.
1. Luffy's wound becomes irrelevant after he gets it. This is used as a catalyst for Katakuri's 180, and that's it. There is no difference in the way that Luffy acts or fights. There's no emphasis on a need to end the fight faster because he's bleeding out or something like that. Luffy was already close to the end of the road before this wound. There is no way he should be able to fight for hours on end and not have it matter. Both Luffy and Cat act like this injury is just like any other injury. I think there should have been at least some visual storytelling going on. Like, even after Dofi got gamma knifed, we see him constantly holding his stomach, patching himself up because the internal damage needed to be dealt with immediately. Number 2. This is the second and most important issue with Luffy's wound. The payoff from it is not good. Luffy being injured could have been the only reason Chopper was in this arc, and that would be groundbreaking
Oh
for
my
Chopper.
god, just add more stuff, Dritz. Not only do you not understand why Katakuri did this, but you want Chopper to do stuff? Add more stuff for Oda to do? Yeah, whatever. Oh, you were leaving every... Oh, alright. Yeah, Chopper does heal him, but, you was supposed to heal him in after the fight. When Sanji was picking up Luffy, I guess.
Been the only reason Chopper was in this arc, and that would be groundbreaking for Chopper's non-existent, stupid character. But
Oh
all
wow, really? What did Chopper do to you? What did Chopper do wrong? For starters, because Chopper is here being the doctor, you know, the ship's doctor. Does he not like Chopper because he didn't do? Yeah. Also, you said nothing about Chopper this entire arc, so this is really questionable.
Luffy being injured could have been the
questioning.
only reason Chopper was in this arc, and that would be groundbreaking for Chopper's non-existent, stupid character. But all Chopper does is place magical flesh regenerating bandages on Luffy, and he calls it a day.
If the fact that they could live without sides. Hold up. You were fine with Luffy and Jinbei getting pierced by Sakazuki. I forgot Akainu's, but I went to Sakazuki for some reason. With them getting pierced by Sakazuki, but you're somewhat you. Yeah, they heal bones with milk. There's some stuff in this story that's a little bit exaggerated. I'm just here complaining about him being alright with Luffy and Jinbei getting pierced by Sakazuki, but apparently getting their sides open, the sides of their torsos opened is an issue, even though you didn't have an issue with Luffy getting his scar. This is, of course, Dritz either being biased or didn't think this went through. I'm going with biased. You know what? I think it's a biased, but it could easily just be him not thinking this through. Because if you have an issue here, then why is Luffy getting pierced by magma not an issue? They've always done stuff like this. Like they actually does stuff like this multiple times. It's absurd, yes, but it's a silly manga. What do you expect? What do you expect? It's a silly manga.
Flesh regenerating bandages on Luffy, and he calls it a day. Chopper at the end of the day, Jesus Christ, Chopper fails to cure Luffy from a fish. He loses.
It was called a super poisonous fish, and he doesn't realize that. And geez, Rich is getting annoyed.
Christ, Chopper fails to cure Luffy from a fish. He loses a fight against trees, and then slaps some bandages on Luffy, and that's it. This is your man's, people? Like, oh, Jesus. You know, when Luffy originally lost part of his body from Cat's attack, the entire community was convinced it had to be a fake out, or that the fight was going to end very soon. People thought Luffy was going to lose against Katakuri. There is a huge suspension of disbelief in Luffy being able to function.
What do you mean? What? Well, I gotta have to see this one, the fight, because directly after, Katakuri questions why he didn't dodge it. So, why would people say he's losing and then having the person who inflicted the wound question why he got hit? Like it was a mistake. What?
There is a huge suspension of disbelief in Luffy being able to function for long periods of time with missing parts of his body, let alone fight for numerous hours and get stronger over time. Had Luffy already been on par with Katakuri once he was injured, then he could have won and collapsed and it would have been fine. But that's not what happened. Luffy keeps trucking for hours after enduring everything. And this is one of the bad things about this fight. Oda uses every trick in the book in order to try and get the audience to buy in and like Katakuri, and it works. But there's a reason why the biggest controversy coming out of the Luffy vs Katakuri fight is the fact that people didn't like that Luffy won. Lots of fans were actually furious that the main character won. And if that happens, then something is probably wrong with the execution of your character's victory. Instead of feeling like Luffy overcame Katakuri, it feels like Katakuri was completely robbed and Luffy only won because of bullshit. When Luffy is able to have infinite durability with no consequences, and you don't write around injuries being dramatic or something that you should care about, then it makes any fight that includes Luffy seem ridiculous because it becomes harder and harder to separate the unsatisfying feeling that it doesn't matter what happens to Luffy. Nothing anyone does will ever be enough. And when the audience can sense all...
What? The first time he got hit by it, he was knocked out. And a stronger version of Luffy getting hit by something similar, not knocking him out. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now you're just comparing apples to oranges. This moment was actually bad. The other moment was fine, dog. What are you doing? Why is he... Dude, you do know that Gear 5 was bullshit, right? Wait, no. He thinks other shit was bullshit, so an actual moment of bullshittery. What's he doing here? These are not the same. Why does he have an issue with this one here? Oh my goodness, Dritz, you're not... What? What's your issue? For starters, even though he didn't kill Luffy, he still wanted to break his spirits so he can join his crew. He'd done this to other pirate crews, so I don't know why he wouldn't make an exception for Luffy. He killed his crew. He incapacitated him. He's making him work himself to death just so he can put him underneath him. He done this to... I don't... What?
Nothing anyone...
And this here was an actual fake out death, dog. This is not the same. I don't know what he's doing here.
does will ever be enough. And when the audience can sense all too clearly that Oda is holding the strings attached to these puppets we call characters, that...
Freaking... What the fuck are you doing? He even said here he regretted doing that. Luffy has always done this stuff. Against Crocodile. And now... well, Lucci once. But... I'm just saying he got back up even though he was said to have broken bones and stuff. I don't know what's Dritz's issue with stuff like this, because this existed pre-time skip. Yes, I'm aware he had his entire face become an open surgery project, or replace surgery with just nothing. So it just open projects. Brit should have brought up when he showed Sakazuki piercing Jinbei and Luffy. But apparently that's fine. Goddamn biasness. This man's being super biased. He's being unfair, really. He's really being unfair. Come on, Dritz.
That Oda is holding the strings attached to these puppets we call characters, that ruins the immersion of the story. If you're gonna have Luffy lose a part of his body, the least you can do is write some serious drama with the crew being worried or shocked or something like that. It's not like it's every day the Strats see Luffy missing parts of his body. And I can already hear someone somewhere saying, "But Whitebeard was walking around with half his head missing, so L." Yeah, Whitebeard was. But Whitebeard also died, which makes the injury he sustained a legacy for his final moments. That was cool. It led somewhere.
But Luffy and... No. Freaking dumbass.
Going forward would be looked at a lot differently if Whitebeard beat Akainu, got shot by Blackbeard, then went to the doctor that couldn't save Ace, grabbed some flesh regenerating bandages, and healed half his head and the hole in his chest.
What doctor that couldn't save Ace? He literally died on the spot. Unlike Luffy and This man's an idiot.
Injuries are a good storytelling device. You can use it to show a lot of things. And in this...
Oh. died to his injuries. He kind of died from old age. Well, I heard he died from old age, but I'm not certain. It could just be said that he died. He died because he wanted to die. Because he said what he wanted to say. Yeah, I'm just annoyed he didn't bring up getting freaking Luffy getting his scar, because like he said in this video, he got pierced by Akainu's magma fist. So Luffy should have died in Marineford because he has an issue with stuff being not as serious then. I mean, not being serious here. Then why are you giving a pass then?
Injuries are a good storytelling device. You can use it to show a lot of things, and in this case, Oda only uses it for the Katakuri twist, which as we'll talk about wasn't good,
It's not a twist.
which makes the battle.
It's him finally confronting Luffy about his feelings. Him fully accepting his feelings to Luffy, not anything romantically, platonically. Don't get that type of mindset.
Value of this injury low. Let's circle around to Future Sight for a second. There is really no good reason why Luffy gets Future Sight. For as much time as Oda spent training Luffy, Future Sight ends up being an incredibly minor and, I dare say, irrelevant upgrade. Sure, there are a couple times where Luffy is implied or he says that he's using Future Sight, and there is a single line of dialogue saying that Luffy can't react in time to Kaido, which is connected to Future Sight, but these are instances of Oda remembering that Luffy can sometimes use his ability and he's doing it for the audience. Future Sight is not an active part of Luffy's fighting style, nor is it a necessary part of it. Luffy doesn't become a mini Katakuri after Whole Cake, even though he probably should have, because Katakuri said that Luffy was approaching and then got on his level with Future Sight, and if you have that level of Future Sight, you should probably use it.
Dritz, you do know, like what he said, what Katakuri said, what Luffy said, speed can outmatch Future Sight. So he doesn't understand the story. He does not understand the story. No, he doesn't. It's not that he doesn't understand the story. He doesn't understand at all what's being said. He sees the dialogue, but he just doesn't understand. Putting two and two together does not compute for Dritz. Good lord, this man is bad.
It was powerful enough to be Katakuri's entire personality. It would have been nice, as a reader, to see something from Katakuri stick to Luffy, to show that both fighters gain something from each other. But that's not the case, because Oda's already moved on to the newer and shinier toys, like Rio, Conqueror's Hockey Coding.
Rio is just hockey. Of course. Oh, freaking! I finally get to talk about this. The people in the Discord was confused on what Ryu is, because apparently they can't read the story. Because I had the conversation a while back when the Dressrosa Park was being made, or maybe even after that, but whatever. On what issues they had with Wano, and how Rio was being introduced, and what was it specifically said? What did they specifically say about Ryu? It had an issue with Ryu. Whatever it was, they had an issue with it, and I came to say that Ryu isn't anything. It's just what they call hockey in Wano, like with Montera in Skypiea. It took a while, but they understood that Ryu was just hockey. It's just a different name for hockey in Wano. I think they had an issue with Conqueror's hockey being implemented like this, being more of an offensive implication. I think I have an issue with that, but I just changed it to. Well, I can look it up. I'll look it up. What I said, what the issue was specifically, because if these guys don't understand that Rio is just a different name for hockey, then uh, it's fair to say that resemble how fans of your work resemble the creator. It's a little unfair. It's a little unfair comparing, but sometimes the comparison has some merits. And well, I already said other instances where people close to Dritz say some dumb stuff, and there's another instance because the people in the Discord, since it's dead, only diehard fans or people that know Dritz actually speak in the Discord. Surprise, surprise, the Discord is dead. So I'm here to presume that probably. Let's see here. Dofi had a conversation about Dofi in the Discord, about Onigashima, conversation about Caribou. Here we go. I'm getting close. About freaking. Uh, Hopefully, Dritz doesn't have an issue with Caribou getting reintroduced in Wano, because people in the Discord have an issue with that because apparently Caribou was supposed to be some sort of catalyst for Kaido getting us weapon, one of the ancient weapons, because Caribou himself knows about the ancient weapons. Even though they would have to have known that Caribou knows about the ancient weapons. What the hell happened? Was it not close? No, no, it wasn't close. Oh, then somebody, uh, Marlon, Marlon. I think this Marlon character is also in the A list, in the 2200 podcast Discord. So, shout out to Marlon about his theory that that Sabo is alive in the Discord. Yeah, and just revisiting stuff. Cripes. It's taking a little while, but it shall be. Where is it? No one speaks in this goddamn Discord, so it shouldn't take that long. Wait, did it just loop back? No, it didn't. I think it looped back. Why did it loop back? It looped back! Did it scroll too far ahead and just decided to loop back? Bruh. Bro. It, did it loop back again? What's going on with Discord? Mobile Discord. Too much dead air. Well, I'll get onto it later. Too much dead air.
On to the newer and shinier toys like Rio, Conqueror's Hockey Coating, and Awakening, a new gear, leaving
Okay, this is interesting. Why did he call Rio something different? Why did he say Rio was something different when Rio is just hockey? I think that's even worse. Oh, so I should have let him finish speaking. Oh well.
Future Sight completely in the dust. Will Future Sight ever be truly important for Luffy? Who knows? Probably not, but I don't think I really care if it ever is if it wasn't useful against two Yonko crews and the Yonkos themselves. And that's why I said
Well, like I said, Luffy overpowered it, so if you want to be specific, it was never useful. Or if you want to be accurate, it was never useful. He just wanted to show off Snake Man.
said earlier that Luffy didn't need to learn Future Sight. All of that time Oda spent on it could have gone somewhere else, because it amounted to nothing in a war arc. This fight didn't need to be about learning Future Sight. And that only strengthens my argument on how everything is unnecessarily convoluted and makes less sense when you see how Snakeman ends up being the trump card. Something that a lot of people talked about in regards to Luffy vs. Cat is that Luffy was the
Alright, this Discord thing on mobile is getting fucked up, so I'm gonna look this up later.
underdog in every way. Cat was better. He was stronger, faster, taller, better devil fruit, bigger dick. Everything you can do, I can do better type of beat. Luffy and Cat are built
So he is gonna bring this shit up. Alright then. Probably. Well, we'll see.
to be similar to each other, which is the reason why Oda gave Katakuri everything under the sun. And for those that don't know, Oda went as far as to retcon Katakuri's devil fruit to make it the same class as Luffy's. Originally, Katakuri was stated to be a Logia user by Jinbei, but it was changed to be Special Paramecia, the only one of its kind, I might add. The community has a headcanon that only element-like fruits can be Logia, but that's not an established rule in the story. Oda didn't have to change Katakuri's fruit, but he did it anyway to make him more like Luffy so that Luffy could overcome him. It's like Link.
I guess. I guess. It could be that Katakuri's power didn't fit what Oda envisioned Logia should be, but alright.
Link and Shadow Link. Little did Katakuri know that he was fighting against a literal god devil fruit wielding child of prophecy instead of some quirky little rubber boy. And to top things off, Luffy isn't a Paramecia anymore. It was all a prank, bro. It's a prank.
What? What? I don't. Is that supposed to mean something to either? well, whatever.
Alright, so now let's tackle
I thought it
Katakuri.
was gonna. I thought it was gonna bring up the point that I was making beforehand, but of course not.
Oda does not do a good job with Katakuri's 180 in his feelings towards Luffy,
It's not a 180.
nor does he do a good job of setting up Luffy versus Cat when it comes to the greater meaning of the fight. Initially, Katakuri comes after Luffy because, as he states, he feels that Luffy could someday be a threat to Big Mom, and he wants to wipe him out because that's the case. Now, as we learn, the greater meaning of this fight is that apparently Katakuri wants Luffy to come back to Whole Cake Island so that he can beat Big Mom, and he came to fight Luffy to see if he's worthy. This gives the implication that Katakuri does not like Big Mom and he wants her gone, but he can't do it himself. I don't think there's much writing, or any actually, to back up or substantiate these feelings. It comes completely out of left field and contradicts what was stated before. Katakuri's flashback also provides no backing to that desire. His flashback has nothing to do with Big Mom. And prior to that flashback, there was never, not once, any ill will or a dislike shown towards Big Mom. The only thing that happens is Katakuri jumps to defend Big Mom once things start to go wrong at the tea party. Not only is there no direct evidence in dialogue or action for this motive, there is no visual storytelling either. This is yet another blow to the world building and character writing of Whole Cake. I talked about this a bit with Pudding.
You never heard he didn't like Big Mom? Well, that's because Katakuri barely said anything about Big Mom. Well, well, since you weren't paying attention, like Dritz, he doesn't understand Katakuri's character because he wanted he wanted he wanted to see Luffy again because he kept him on his toes. He kept him he kept him he was interested in Luffy on how determined well, he could be. There could be some more motives behind that, but as far was shown, he liked Luffy because of his determination and his strength. Because he didn't die the first time he attempted to finish him off, and he was getting stronger as he fights, and so he was getting interested in him since he was bigged up as being a perfect superhuman that never once laid on his back. But Luffy, with his strength, was getting Luffy surviving his first attempt at finishing the fights, and him getting stronger and stronger. Him even Katakuri even seeing Luffy getting future sight, sees him more of like a fighting buddy. He grew to respect Luffy for his strength and wanted to see how far he could push this fight and push his limits. So yeah, I guess you could also see this as like a Katakuri looking for an equal. Katakuri looking for an equal to keep up his uh, physical uh, physical abilities to keep protecting his family. You could also look at it like that because Katakuri did, from what Brule said, Katakuri did leave, did let Luffy leave, and well, you could say he let him leave so he could best Straw Hats someone he sees as an equal. It was a little bit vague at the end, but he definitely likes Luffy.
There is no good reason for why, especially for Big Mom's family, why they even give a shit that Katakuri has sharp teeth. Please, put up a panel of opera. Those little children not liking it and making fun of Katakuri are fine if the only purpose is to craft a cute scene with Brûlé.
That's not the point.
But it doesn't work for the larger narrative Oda tries to build with the arc. I'd say
That's not the point, Dritz. It's to show that he cares about his family and that he wears a mask. The reason why he, of course, he doesn't know this. The reason why he even has Conqueror's Hockey is because not when Pudding was being made fun of. Yeah, I don't know. Great, I lost my point. The point was showing Katakuri's resolve and him willing to sacrifice his personality to put up a face so that he can save his family from getting hurt on his watch. That's the idea behind the flashback. Not that it was just a cute scene. Not when Pudding was being made fun of? What do you mean, Pudding being made fun of? He is fine with him. He's fine with him being made fun of as a kid. No, I don't. Oh, okay then.
Was stated before. Katakuri's flashback also provides no backing to that desire. His flashback has nothing to do with Big Mom. And prior to that flashback, there was never, not once, any ill will or a dislike shown towards Big Mom. The only thing that happens is Katakuri jumps to defend Big Mom once things start to go wrong at the tea party. Not only is there no direct evidence in dialogue or action for this motive, there is no visual storytelling either. This is yet another blow to the world building and character writing of Whole Cake. I talked about this a bit with Pudding. There is no good reason for why, especially for Big Mom's family, why they even give a shit that Katakuri has sharp teeth. Please, put up a panel of opera. Those little children not liking it and making fun of Katakuri are fine if the only purpose is to craft a cute scene with Brûlé. But it doesn't work for the larger narrative Oda tries to build with the arc. I'd say
I heard him say something about Pudding and Pudding getting this. I think we did say something about. Well, I said. Oh, we said something about this when he was talking about Pudding in the Pudding section. So, about it being like having a false paradise in Totland. How even Big Mom's aspirations of making everyone see each other at the same heights doesn't really fall through when they're discriminating against. Oh yeah, he did say that. So I guess he's fine with Katakuri getting insulted if it leads up to the quote unquote cute scene with Brûlé. So yeah, he's contradicting himself here with him being somewhat okay with Katakuri getting insulted and not Pudding, which he said shouldn't be the case because they're both royalty. Yeah, I see what you mean now.
given how this fight played out, that Oda wanted to hide as much as humanly possible the idea that Katakuri is anti-Big Mom, and he wanted to leave it as a twist for the end of the fight. So, the idea of visually building on Katakuri's dislike of Big Mom is not something Oda wanted to do, which explains the lack of evidence, and that's cool. This could have worked perfectly even without that. But in order for it to work, and this is pretty important, Katakuri's flashback needed to be different than what it was. If you want to hide Katakuri's desires as a surprise, then you need to show the audience something later that explains those motives if you aren't going to build on it beforehand.
He doesn't like Big Mom. Oh, he doesn't not like Big Mom. The point of it was to show that he will protect his family no matter the costs. I feel like he's going with the fanboy theory that he doesn't like Big Mom. Yep. To be fair, it's a little vague. It's a little vague, the ending, but the flashback does not is the reason of the reason that he had this flashback was because he wanted to protect his family. So yeah, he's going off a theory and saying it's bad that there's no proof on his theory. And he's saying the flashback should address that theory, which is not the point of the flashback. Hopefully Dritz realized the point of the flashback so we can actually have an argument for the flashback, but well, apart from that, then Dritz is over. Well, actually, it's not even over analyzing. He's trying to analyze it with a theory and complaining that the story doesn't show it, that his theory is correct. I just want to know what made him like One Piece in the first place. I kind of just want to. I want to have a rundown on what he thinks about each arc, as thorough as possible, and have some sort of introspective with each character. Some, if not most, important character in the arc. I want to have his ideas about the story laid out in a video, which is aspirations. Whatever.
Katakuri's flashback should have been anti-Big Mom in nature. Here is...
I should. On your theory. On something that you think. Freaking... What's the point of having the story if you're just gonna use theories? Whatever. He's been using speculation. Freaking... Off speculation.
If the only purpose is to craft a cute scene with Brûlé, but it doesn't work for the larger narrative Oda tries to build with the arc. I'd say, given how this fight played out, that Oda wanted to hide as much as humanly possible the idea that Katakuri is anti-Big Mom, and he wanted to leave it as a twist for the end of the fight. So, the idea of visually building on Katakuri's dislike of Big Mom is not something Oda wanted to do, which explains the lack of evidence. And that's cool. This could have worked perfectly even without that. But in order for it to work, and this is pretty important, Katakuri's flashback needed to be different than what it was.
You see, that's the entire reason why he thinks the things he thinks. Yeah, this is very bad. He's using a theory to explain something that may or may not exist, that he brought up himself. That he said had no evidence. He said it himself, it had no evidence.
when it comes to the greater meaning of the fight. Initially, Katakuri comes after Luffy because, as he states, he feels that Luffy could someday be a threat to Big Mom, and he wants to wipe him out because that's the case. Now, as we learn, the greater meaning of this fight is that apparently Katakuri wants Luffy to come back to Whole Cake Island so that he can beat Big Mom, and he came to fight Luffy to see if he's worthy. This gives the implication that Katakuri...
Wait, why did he crop out that page? No, he cropped out that page. He showed it a few times before, but why did he crop it there? He didn't need to do that when he could just show the entire panel. Well, it's because Katakuri brought up Big Mom in those instances, and that Luffy intended to defeat Big Mom. And since Katakuri didn't try to kill Luffy when he was there, face to face, Luffy at his weakest, and Katakuri standing above Luffy, then it shows that Katakuri wanted Luffy to beat Big Mom, even though he just said he had no evidence for the theory. He's really trying. True, he could say that. So let me find that panel. Great, I gotta find that panel. Freaking bum. Yeah, this is the... This is it. He doesn't want to topple Big Mom down for anything malicious or just to get rid of Big Mom. He just does it because she's in the way of him becoming king of the pirates. Though this is more or less a presumption as well, but his at the best I can say his main goal is to become king of the pirates. Is Katakuri knowing that his goal is to become king of the pirates?
asks Luffy if he'll come back one day to beat his mommy up. Luffy says yeah. That answer satisfies Cat. He gives in to his exhaustion, and then he falls on his back. Thus ends the Luffy vs. Katakuri fight. As we learn, the greater meaning of this fight is that Big Mom, especially not seen with Brûlé.
Flashback for some reason.
I'd say, given how this fight played out, that Oda wanted to hide as much as humanly.
Literally. Why does he not get it? Because it's pretty easy. At least it gave a reason why he covered his face.
Possible the idea that Katakuri is anti-Big Mom and he wanted to leave it as a twist for the end of the fight. Oda wanted to do, which explains the lack of evidence, and that's cool. This could have worked perfectly even without that. But in order for it to work, and this is pretty important, Katakuri's flashback needed to be different than what it was, if you want to explain those motives if you aren't going to build on it beforehand. Katakuri's flashback should have been anti-Big Mom in nature. Here is a scenario for you. I'll show you how easy this could have been. It connects...
Oh, now you're giving examples because this is freaking easy. Like the other times you could have gave examples.
Perfectly with what Oda wanted to do with Katakuri and Brûlé as well. Instead of these random kids being the ones to hurt Brule, how about if it was Big Mom? Big Mom certainly wasn't past beating the crap out of Chiffon for looking like Lola, and she has a history in her flashback of trying to correct the imperfection of races. Brule getting hurt could have stemmed from Katakuri
Doesn't this contradict what he just said? No, it does contradict what he just said. Why would she beat her? Because Dritz is didn't read the story because he brought up this panel here as an example for her beating up Chiffon, even though not only does this not include Chiffon since she's neither long arm or fishman. The point of this scene was to show that Big Mom should be more acceptable of other races. So Dritz is a dumbass here.
out of Chiffon for looking like Lola, and she has a history in her flashback of trying to correct the imperfection of races. Brule getting hurt could have stemmed from Katakuri's own issues. Katakuri, as we see, has stitches across his mouth, and that was a curious detail. Lots of fans
Why would she beat her? Yes, Dritz being dumb. Editing fucking them over. Indeed.
wanted to know how it happened, and Oda gave a pretty lame answer to it in an SPS, saying that it happened when Cat opened his mouth too much when he was eating. But this was an easy layup for Oda. Big Mom, just like how she did with Pudding, could have disliked Katakuri's teeth. She could have told him to hide them. They're ugly to her or something like that. Maybe Katakuri doesn't obey Big Mom, he's rebellious. Big Mom gets mad. She grabs Katakuri and pries open his mouth in an attempt to get rid of his teeth, but she opens his mouth too far, which then causes it to rip and need stitches. Brule, who happens to be nearby, sees this happen and goes to defend her precious big brother that she loves so much, and she gets caught in the crossfire of Big Mom's anger, and that's what causes her to get hurt. Katakuri would then blame himself for Brule getting hurt, his poor baby sister. And then he adopts his persona of needing to be perfect. He begins to hide his teeth with a scarf and pretends to be the perfect big brother in order to satisfy Big Mom, when in reality, he hates everything she stands for, but he knows he's too weak to do anything about it. Then, when Luffy comes around, Katakuri finally gets the strength to be himself, and that causes his character to grow. And if you wanted to, you could even tie Katakuri as a character into Pudding and Lola so that there is some deeper connection between the outcast children of Big Mom. Boom. Perfect.
Apart from the Big Mom stuff, where, he doesn't know Big Mom for whatever reason. He didn't even touch on the flashback up until here, so of course he doesn't understand Big Mom. Apart from not understanding Big Mom's character, he pretty much said what happened in the story. Though, it wasn't explained like how Dritz wants it to be explained, but the subtext is there. Still being people still judging people on citizens still judging people on their looks, and Pudding's and Katakuri's character. He basically got Katakuri's character down. It's just that wait a minute. Did he get Katakuri's character down because he wanted to fit the flashback into his theory, Or did he get Katakuri's flashback down and wanted to fit it into his theory? Because if it's the first one that I said, then I I don't I don't think Dritz should be posting videos, because he just called that scene cute, even though the context of the scene, I think, was kind of cute, but he didn't say the context of the scene, what this scene was supposed to say. Good gravy.
But nope. What we have instead is pretty bad writing. Katakuri's motivations aren't supported by his real flashback, and they aren't supported during the entire time he's in Whole Cake. And the resulting effect is that this ruins Katakuri's 180 in character at the climax of the fight with Luffy. This is the same issue that Luffy's personality bullshit created, but now it's affecting Katakuri. If Katakuri's Big Mom statement didn't exist, just like the really
Bad writing, because it ain't my head canon. Yeah, it seems par of the course. Freaking dumb. He's freaking. He allowed Luffy to live. He allowed Luffy to live because he allowed Luffy to live because he thinks Katakuri wanted Luffy to take care of Big Mom. Though I don't know what Katakuri feels about Big Mom being dead. Yeah, well, she's most likely dead. I don't know if that lava bath would kill Big Mom and Kaido, but for the sake of the arguments, they're both dead. How would Katakuri react to Big Mom's lava situation? Even though the purpose of Katakuri letting Luffy go was for them to fight again. Though that's kind of speculation on my part too. So he's a little bit of an enigma.
flashback and there was only the Brûlée stuff, there wouldn't be nearly as many issues. But once again, Oda's ambition gets the better of him because he doesn't want to do the writing. And this brings us to Katakuri as a whole. In every arc so far, I've talked about the villains. I'll bring up the chart for the ranking of them so you can see where this is going. So far, Dofi has been the closest thing to a hit. Big Mom is an L in this arc, but where does Katakuri...
Cracker was fine, Doug. Cracker was fine, Doug. He's freaking... He does not understand these characters. He either doesn't understand these characters or he doesn't like these characters, like with Vanderdecken and Caesar. And so, they're bad if they don't like him. If he doesn't like them, then they're bad, apparently.
Land. Unlike Hody, Caesar, and like Dofi, Cat has all of the features that are generally good for villains to have. He's got that screen presence.
Kid, you're so biased. I'm a fucking moron!
Cat has all of the features that are generally good for villains to have. He's got that screen presence. He's strong. He's competent. Right? He's got all of that.
Caesar's strong. Caesar is competent, but apparently he's a bad character? Freaking, his character is bad because he has character. That's what I'm getting from this guy. Katakuri has no character, Katakuri does have character. I like Katakuri, but I like Caesar significantly more than Katakuri. I don't think he's bad, Katakuri, but I just like Caesar a lot more. But apparently Caesar's bad because he's a quote-unquote gag villain. Freaking, this is not fair. How is he... He's bad because you don't like him.
he's starting off from a good place. Now, there are a couple angles to look at and analyze when it comes to Katakuri as a villain. One is the fact that Katakuri doesn't stay a villain for long. He's an example of a villain that ends up becoming an ally.
Not necessarily. I did Straw Hats, ... If I tell you, you're going to think, oh good. So you can see the future too? Freaking.
Which means that half of what makes Katakuri work as a concept is inherently tied to the writing behind his transition from good to bad. If you fail the character writing and then the execution, the villain doesn't work. And as you can already...
Oh, he's not even a bad character. He's just protecting his... He's not even an... Well, he's a pirate, so... it's not that simple as good to bad. Because, from what I can see, he's just... as being a Straw Hat ally to being an antagonist to the Straw Hats to an ally to the Straw Hats. That's what he's trying to say. But good to bad is pretty black and white, Ritz. Considering they're trying to assassinate his mother that apparently he wants killed, even though... Well, I guess he was confident that Luffy could kill Big Mom, even though... Well, I could find somewhere that could contradict the lack of evidence Dritz was trying to pull up in that section of Katakuri in the wedding part of the video. But yeah, whatever. Also, I've lost my points.
tied to the writing behind his transition from good to bad. If you fail the character writing and then the execution...
Right. Katakuri... If anything, Katakuri is kind of a decent guy. He's kind of on the level of Luffy in terms of decent character. He's just shy that people would pick on him, so he just doesn't want people to see his eel mouth. He's insecure about it, and he doesn't want people messing with his family and kill people for said reason. So apart from those, I wouldn't exactly call him a bad person. I just don't want this blatant use of good and bad in this story.
The villain doesn't work. And as you can already surmise by what we've gone over, the character writing and transition from evil to good for Katakuri is bad. And this is by far the most important aspect of Katakuri.
He just likes Luffy, dog. Whatever. Apparently, Luffy's a good person, even though you can barely call him a good person.
The other aspect to looking at Katakuri as a villain is the fight in general. Katakuri shows up halfway through the arc, and his presence is entirely connected to this fight. There's not much to look at him outside of it. And that means that the quality of this fight is pretty important. This is a battle manga after all. And there end up being part...
Not really. There are fights in it, but doesn't really mean it's a battle manga. For the square into a hole.
Parts of the fight that are pretty good, but the fight itself is not good. There are too many things going wrong at a technical level to say otherwise. Snake Man, Future Sight, Luffy's injury, Oda nerfing Katakuri, Oda changing the gimmick of the fight, Luffy's plot armor. I mean, that's a lot. I don't think it's fair to take a couple of chapters of Luffy being in Gear 4 and saying...
I just realized, if Katakuri wanted Luffy to take care of Big Mom, couldn't most of the fight be said that Katakuri is just teaching Luffy to get stronger so that he could beat Big Mom? Question mark? How can you nerf something when you introduced it? Uh, ah, nerf something when you. I, I guess when you introduced it, there's some contradicting evidence that makes it nerf. Yeah, pretty much.
Technical level to say otherwise. Snake Man, Future Sight, Luffy's injury, Oda nerfing Katakuri, Oda changing the gimmick of the fight, Luffy's plot armor. I mean, that's a lot.
All right. He's saying that he didn't use his adhesive powers when it. He shouldn't be. He should have used his sticky mushi. His muchi to stick onto Luffy, make him immobile, and then cracking him in half. He wanted him to use the sticky muchi because Katakuri had said himself he was being serious and wanted Luffy dead. But he didn't use his muchi's stickiness when it worked before, and yeah.
I don't think it's fair to take a couple of chapters of Luffy being in Gear 4 and saying it trumps the other aspects of the fight to a degree that all of that writing doesn't matter. And look, I get it. There are lots of fights and a lot of stories that have issues. Katakuri vs. Luffy isn't the first and it won't be the last. As a casual fan, I can completely understand turning off your brain, looking at pretty colors, and enjoying the fight for what it is.
You shouldn't really do that. Dog, please don't. Please don't tell me you did that with those other two fights. You did that with Sanji and Luffy. You excused it because their intention behind it was achieved. Which not only is that dumb, you think it was achieved. You personally think it was achieved. Even with the issues you had. Freaking be consistent at the very least. You know, whatever. This is technically still consistent, but him saying it in words making me angry. Freaking, I still think he's as bad as Triggered Senpai, because at least with Triggered, he's being honest in his incompetence. Here, he's trying to sound smarter while using theories that he made up. He's Triggered is using stuff that he found out and trying to make him sound smarter from that. So unless you can quantify one of them as worse, I find them equally as bad. Because both of them don't know how to read a story, and both of them rely on headcanon too much.
Stand turning off your brain, looking at pretty colors, and enjoying the fight for what it is. I have nothing against this mindset. However, One Piece fans love to point out all of the various elements of the fights that make them great, better.
Why would Kaido this whole video is the moment, pretty much. Also, Zoro would be fine not taking care of Kaido. So, why would... whatever.
One Piece fans love to point out all of the various elements of the fights that make them great, better than other stories, rather than saying that they have good hands and that's why the fight's good. One Piece is a series that is pretty popularly criticized for having bad fights. And One Piece fans like to say that One Piece isn't about the fights, even though it is. And that
No, it's not, Ritz. It's about the adventure. It just has fights in them. Some of the arcs don't even have fights. Like with the Long Ranch and Jaya and well, I guess you could say then they were just build up arcs, but still. Freaking at the end of Alabasta, Luffy Well, maybe that doesn't count since that could be said of uh, uh, Alabasta. No, they had a feast. Whatever. Triggered is like Triggered is a brain dead moron who doesn't know what he's talking about. Dritz goes Dritz goes by it like I'm right and Oda's stupid the whole time. I'm saying they both overuse headcanon. Yeah, freaking.
True value of a fight is found in its themes, emotions, and shit like that. Which is the case for many One Piece fights, but not all of them. This isn't Luffy versus Don Krieg or something. This fight had a grand vision behind it that is entirely reliant on its quality of writing and not just entertainment. At a conceptual level, I think Katakuri is very cool.
Well, with versus Krieg, he was just uh being the strongest person, being the strongest and able-bodied person. Zeph and Sanji could probably take a crack at Krieg, but being the strongest and able-bodied person on the Baratier, him taking on Don Krieg is the most likely outcome, considering he used Geen and Pearl and other pirates to take care of the crewmates. Fair enough. Take your deep breath. Take a water if you must, or make yourself some tea.
Oceans and shit like that. Which is fight. It's like to say that One Piece isn't about the fights, even though it is. And that the true value of a fight is found in its themes, emotions, and shit like that. Which is the
What? Yes. Dankeschön. Let's see here. Fights are definitely a part of One Piece, but people Dritz doesn't seem to realize that there are other points in the story where Oda gets his themes across. I don't know if he thinks fights are supposed to elevate or fights introduce these themes, but with against Wapple, what was the theme with Wapple? But there was a theme in Drum Kingdom about, well, that's if they introduce a theme in the arc, is what I wanted to say, because there wasn't a theme in Dressrosa, and he likes, well, I think he likes, I'm not sure how much he likes about Luffy versus Doflamingo, but not every arc introduces a theme here, and it's important to know that a theme you come up with is supported with a story. Like sometimes Oda actually says a message with some of the arcs, but it's very important to say that what themes are being said here are actually being said, because well, he made a distinction that the Don Krieg fight didn't really have a message, but where does this where should you lean on Thebes? Because Thebes are kind of a touchy thing on the 2200 Discord because of people overuse and over reliance of the thing, but it's very important to see that what themes are there, and are there actually themes in a fight or even in this arc. And I don't think Dritz is equipped to associate Luffy having trouble actually reading the damn story.
The case for many One Piece fights, but not all of them. This isn't Luffy versus Don Krieg or something. This fight had a grand vision behind it that is entirely reliant on its quality of writing and not just entertainment. At a conceptual level, I think Katakuri is very cool. He's the type of character that I would normally be very into. He had a lot more going for him than most villains in the story, and that seems to be part of the growing.
Please specify this. Katakuri. Well, Katakuri. I never thought about what Katakuri means compared to other villains. I just like that. I just liked how he grew to respect Luffy, and that Luffy showed off a new form. It got his power-ups and stuff, so. If it's anything like versus Lucci, then I guess, but it would be better to say it was. It's better to say that Katakuri to Luffy is like Luffy to Bluno, where they introduce cool powers in the fights. I wouldn't exactly say Luffy grew, apart from powers. Whatever. This is a different discussion. I kind of just want to get this done.
He had a lot more going for him than most villains in the story, and that seems to be part of the growing issue that I keep bringing up. Every time Oda tries to be more ambitious with his villains by giving them nuance, he keeps messing them up by being unable to land the writing. And that seems to be the case here with Katakuri. But there's a caveat, and here it is. Similar to what I said with Pudding, the most frustrating part of Luffy vs. Cat isn't Cat, it's Luffy. Luffy makes this fight almost unbearable to read. Luffy is the reason why this fight was so controversial and split the fandom. Katakuri is out here on the streets, dropping 50 points a game, but Luffy manages to win the title because he's on Oda's team. Luffy bullshits his way to a W and completely undermines everything Katakuri stands for by not participating in the story. So while Katakuri is flawed, a lot of it happens because of how Luffy is written. I'm assuming that a lot of people here have kind of heard slander of Naruto. Do you know how people like to rightfully make fun of Naruto for talk no jutsuing his enemies? Luffy does something similar.
It's not slander if it's rightfully. You don't understand what slander means, Dritz.
In this fight. Luffy nothing no jutsus Katakuri. Luffy does nothing the entire fight, but still manages to turn Katakuri into a good guy by the end of it. And for me, this is the part of the story where Luffy slowly starts to be an annoying main character to be around. But that spicy topic is something we'll dive into deeper in the next video. To wrap this up, I think Luffy vs. Cat deserves to be properly criticized as a bad fight. Cat is a cool dude, but a failed concept as a villain. There are
Katakuri was never just about good versus bad too. I'm just saying this, Dritz. He was an antagonist to Luffy, but he wasn't exactly a bad person. Why? This wasn't as bad as the other points he made in this video, but since I got what I want, I got what I want. Worst fight in One Piece so far, huh? Yeah, that's interesting. Because if he's saying that Luffy gets no importance in the story, no. If Luffy doesn't do anything in a fight, because apparently the story itself is different from fighting, because he kind of separates fights and the story as two different things, or he at least makes fights more important than it should be sometimes. But if he's talking about Luffy not having good fights, then well, when Dritz reads someone's transcripts of Wano and then starts making his video off of that, we'll get to see what he thinks someone else thinks about them thinking about what happened in the story of Wano. I didn't say that wrong. That is what he intended to do. Have someone else read the story and then he's trying to shortcut reading Wano, basically. That would be completely fair. Just like with Orochi and the Korizumi line. Uh, freaking. Why was I trying to make a parallel there? Whatever. Yeah. Uh. If, but here's the thing. What parts of the video are lies that. What part of the video is him getting screwed over? And which part of the video is actually stuff that he thinks beforehand? Because he would have actually I don't even think that he would have read the story beforehand. He probably heard people summarize arcs or summarize parts of the story and then decides to read uh, big parts of the stories, big chapters, like quote unquote important chapters. It's entirely possible that he gets a summary of the story because he himself said he doesn't really read One Piece. I forget when he said it, but I'm certain he said he doesn't really read One Piece. So I don't know what to think anymore. He's not giving his best foot forward and still complaining that Oda's doing a bad job.
Are a few characters that I haven't mentioned so far, but there hasn't been a place to really fit them in since there's not a whole lot to say about them. So I combined all of these characters together so we can speed run through them before we get to the end of the video.
Don't speed run them. Just run through. Don't use the word speed run through them in this video, because that makes it sound like you're not trying. And boy, do I sound nasally.
It's kind of a way to cool down after my endless ranting. So first up is Jinbei. For a majority of the arc, Jinbei is a competent advisor to Luffy that helps out when he's able to. Oda gives him, arguably, one of the worst panel pages of all time in any manga, with Jinbei's sake cup scene at the tea party, but
The worst? Interesting. It being bad. I wonder how the ALX would feel about this comment.
it's not really a big deal. It just kind of takes away from the moment because there's so much clutter and chaos, but hey, what are you gonna do?
Oh, because of the paneling. No, never mind. Whatever. Now, also, this is kind of a bad. It's kind of bad that you do it like this. Considering, isn't this a dual-page spread?
Luffy that helps out when he's able to. Oda gives him, arguably,
Like there's the gap in the middle of the screen. Isn't that supposed to be a break of some sort? Like in the book. Let's see. How do I the D from the Doom next closest to Big Mom's dress. That should be a dividing mark between the pages. like it's supposed to be him saying that he's talking to Big Mom here on the right. Big Mom's getting confused. Jinbei's continue to talk up here at the where the family members are, and then is where Jinbei says that he recognizes he leaves the crew, and this is the Straw Hats saying that he's being pretty cool. Wait a minute. Now, this part got me confused. Bob, I can't take his lifespan? Question mark. Oh, you're going to check the page? Alright.
One of the worst panel pages of all time in any manga, with Jinbei's sake cup scene at the tea party, but it's not really a big deal. It just kind of takes away from the moment because there's so much clutter and chaos, but hey, what are you gonna do?
Is it good or bad?
Jinbei also has a couple of shining moments against Big Mom, much to her detriment, and he shows up in a few scenarios to save people, like how when he gets Luffy and Nami out of the book prison. All in all, Jinbei has a pretty quiet presence in the arc, despite the fact that Big Mom and his allegiance to her is the main reason why he couldn't join the Straw Hats back in Fishman Island. Maybe in the back of your mind you wanted Jinbei to do more, but it wasn't a big deal for any of the fans at the time because of the way this arc ended. Jinbei is the focal point of the dramatic, suspenseful ending of Whole Cake Island, the unprecedented arc finisher that Oda threw in. And by doing that, Oda set up a very interesting subplot and ending that is entirely reliant on the kind of results it produces. The twist here at the end with Jinbei only works if something legitimate comes from it. Well, I guess we'll have to talk about that in Wano.
Jinbei gets two twists in this arc. Even though, what's wrong with Jinbei coming back from? Unless you're saying unless something was supposed to happen to Jinbei himself, that's your issue. I find that pretty dumb. But unless you're saying that we should get information on what happened to to Jinbei fending off the Big Mom pirates, I don't know what issue was supposed to. What's the issue with Jinbei in that moment?
Next up is Brook, who, ironically, out of every Straw Hat and character that came to this arc, Brook is the one that leaves with the least issues and the most positives. And there's a reason why that's the case. Brook is a gag character with no significant importance to the overall story of One Piece. And
clearly, this is his bias showing. Otherwise, I would have said this guy's a freaking idiot and has no idea on how characters are supposed to be, how characters could be written. I misspoke there. How characters could be written.
A gag character with no significant importance to the overall story of One Piece. And I'm not saying that as a diss either. I know Brook has a pretty dedicated following, so I don't want that to come off as slander, because it's not. I'm just saying it how it is. Brook really doesn't take up a whole lot of space in any arc that he's been in since Thriller Bark. He's mainly a comic relief character.
Isn't that literally, Frankie, Robin, and even pretty much everyone other than the monster trio, really. Pretty much everyone except the monster trio kind of goes under this category.
In any arc that he's been in since Thriller Bark. He's mainly a comic relief character. I wish that Oda would sometimes lighten up on the Panty and Skull jokes, but outside of that, Brook will come back into the story and be important again later down the line with Laboon and possibly Yorkie if he's still alive. Or perhaps if Binks Sake has a particular importance into the story that demands Brook's presence, but outside of that,
He didn't even write the story. Why would he? Apart from his captain really liking the song, and Laboon, I think Laboon also likes the song. What type of importance does the song itself have with Brook? Whatever.
particular importance into the story that demands Brook's presence, but outside of that, he's mainly just here for vibes. The expectations for him are pretty low. And because the expectations for Brook are low, it's very easy for him to meet and then exceed them. What he does here in Whole Cake comes off as a huge accomplishment. Even though it's not particularly dramatic, him
Drama?
stealing the rope poneglyphs, damaging Mother Carmel's photo, stealing Zeus, which, Zeus. But hurting Prometheus, now that was praiseworthy. I wish that Oda kinda would have showed him hurting Prometheus on screen, but whatever. Out of everything that Brook does,
It's important, but it's not dramatic, so it gets a few points off. You're really trying your best to make the story sound worse than it actually is, Dritz.
it's on screen, but whatever. Out of everything that Brook does, there is only one writing flaw with him in the entirety of the arc. Just one. I mentioned it in Zoe. And Oda either dropped this plotline in the long-ass list of plotlines he's already dropped, or it's entirely possible Oda forgot that he wrote this. It's one or the other. In Zoe, when there is mention of Sanji's lineage, the Vinsmokes, people like Robin and Brook are shown to have knowledge of them. But there is a big focus on Brook's reaction. He seems to have greater knowledge on them, or perhaps history, than anyone else there, which makes sense because Brook's an old dude. It was a common expectation heading into Whole Cake and then during the arc that Brook would have some past with the Vinsmokes that we would get to learn about. But as you know, Brook not only never has a single interaction with anything Vinsmoke related other than perving on Reiju, but the hints of his knowledge with Germa are never brought up, which is yet another setup from Zoe that fails to deliver.
That was not a setup. That was just Brook and Robin knowing one of the most important people in all of the North Blue. That was just it. Let me freaking check. Clearly, Dritz does not understand world building because no one with actual brain power would see that as world building. I mean, as anything more than just world building. Alright, he came from the West Blue. Alright then. So unless Germa came around to the West Blue and did something to him, there would have been no way Brook would have any sort of connection to the... Oh, April 3rd. I forgot about that one. No sort of connection to the Germa. So, yeah. You should really find a reason why the association there would make sense.
Last, and certainly least, would be Smoothie, the second Sweet Commander for Big Mom. You may have noticed that in this arc, every commander except for Smoothie is or was defeated. Snack lost to the worst generation before we even got there, Cracker lost, Cat lost, but Smoothie remained, untouched. Smoothie, to this day, is the only female commander. And when I say commander, I mean it in the phrase that the community uses it to talk about the top 3 or 4 strongest members in any given Yonko crew. Katarina Devon might be one as well, but we don't really know yet. And in general, there aren't a whole lot of strong females in One Piece.
Clearly. want to be specific, to be male to female ratio, why did you put this on this here, Dritz? Are you trying to insinuate something? The ratio is pretty off balance, so I'll give you that. But from what I can see, he doesn't just mean women to male ratio. He means actually good writing from each other. So, he's also wrong on that front. I don't think I should have to explain why. I've well, it's kind of hard to explain why unless he says the reasons why they're bad.
Given Yonko crew. Katarina Devon might be one as well, but we don't really know yet. And in general, there aren't a whole lot of strong females in One Piece. But when the community saw Smoothie for the first time, and noticed Cracker was defeated, and Cat was on the way to defeat, we all started speculating fight matchups so that she would be able to do something in the story. Considering she had a higher bounty than Cracker, a lot of people thought that Jinbei would be a good possible fighter for her. Since Jinbei was a warlord, he's supposed to be strong. It made sense.
Oh yeah, strong against strong. No other reason. Really? You didn't switch up the panel? It was really structured like that? Nothing. You really... nothing? Right, Smoothie was Smoothie. Alright, just making sures. From what I'm getting here, it's supposed to be. He kind of meant he was meant to. Well, I kind of do say this is. I kind of say this is bad, but from what I'm getting is Oda wanted to have Big Mom and the big panel of Big Mom and Jinbei talking as like two separate panels as one big panel. Two separate panels as one big panel because this is definitely two double a double page spread, and he wanted to have Jinbei on the right page while Big Mom's leg on the left page. But this is kind of awkward since they could have just made Jinbei have a bigger. You could have just made this panel bigger, or they could have just have Jinbei and Big Mom in separate panels. But I don't know if I would call this the worst, but now that I look at it, it's kind of bad. It's bad. It's bad.
Others brought up Reiju because of their interaction at the Tea Party. And
Alright, people are trying so hard to make Smoothie fight people. Because freaking Katakuri was smoking Ichiji, so Reiju should have a pretty fair chance against Reiju.
possible fighter for her. Since Jinbei was a warlord, he's supposed to be strong. It made sense. Others brought up Reiju because of their interaction at the Tea Party, and there were other niche, crazier ideas like Sanji. But those were all just...
Why are people trying to put strong people against strong people when you could be freaking... Why could it be someone like lesser? It's definitely lesser than Smoothie, and they have to find a way to defeat her, or maybe find a way for her to defeat herself. Like, come on. You're talking about themes and shit, but you end up liking stories with a lot of punch monkey action. If you don't, in fact, this is he's saying other people wanted this stuff to happen, and not him wanting stuff to happen. Even though I'm certain he also wants at least someone to fight Smoothie, preferably those, because why else would he bring them up?
Just ideas. In reality, Smoothie doesn't really do much at all in this arc. And when she does do stuff, it's mainly her failing or looking weird. Like, instead of going in and killing Brook in the treasury as he was nabbing the road poneglyphs, she was convinced to just chill and wait for him to come out of his own accord, which was fine by itself, but it makes her look silly when Big Mom crashes in and says, "Get out of my way, bitch," and then takes things into her own hands. Smoothie also tried to juice
Didn't she say that so none of the homie chess pieces get taken away? Can you answer why she is a lesbian? Comedy. That's the reason.
Nami but got fooled by Reiju. Smoothie also tried to juice Nami but got fooled by Reiju. Then we see her later on a ship with her sisters giving chase to the Straw Hats, and that's the last thing we see her do in the arc. All of Big Mom's relevant fighters are more active in the arc than her at one point or another. Obviously the other commanders are some, but so is Parasparrow, Mont d'Or, Oven, Daifuku, Struzen, and hell, even Snack came back.
Struzen and Snack. Are you really counting those two? Well, whatever.
Daifuku, Struzen, and hell, even Snack came back and fought Judge off screen. It's really disappointing that Smoothie didn't do anything. But even still, there was copium. There's always copium. People believed that Smoothie wasn't relevant in Whole Cake because Oda was going to save her for Wano. Yeah! As you'll find.
I mean, it's not that absurd. Well, unless they fix something with Kaido's crew, there really is no way that two Yonkos are gonna do anything. Unless Sparrow decided to save Smoothie when he decided to one-man army his way to or unless Sparrow gets, unless they swap Sparrow with Smoothie, yeah, there really isn't a way to really fit any more people in the fight in Onigashima.
Find out that's not quite the case. Big Mom isn't out of the story yet, so copium still lives on until Big Mom is gone. But I think it's a completely fair statement to say that Oda heavily missed in using Smoothie in Whole Cake and then in Wano.
Not
and
heavily. I mean, she did get used, but it's what it's like with Snack. Like with Snack, he was a part of the 4 commanders, so he was at least somewhat strong. Did that happen in the manga? Because I remember that happening in the anime. But anyway, it's kind of like with Snack. He didn't do anything. Wait a minute. Is he complaining that Smoothie doesn't get a fight because Struzen and Snack doesn't do anything? Actually, they do less. Struzen actually does similar to Smoothie, but Snack doesn't do much compared to Smoothie. I say Smoothie is fine, even though she didn't do much. But It's kind of just a me thing. Oh, hello, Sebastian. I have no issues for what Oda did with Smoothie. At the very least, she had more screen time than Snack had. And maybe Streusen?
Personally, if you want to know my opinion, I think if Smoothie was a dude instead of a girl,